will disagree with me, but I really wouldn't want, like a Walmart, that kind of stuff right in my neighborhood. It just, I see it bring problems sometimes. So I just try to make the city as safe as possible with meeting all of our needs. One of the things that I do also, when I ask the question, especially last year, when we were in stage 3 water restrictions, I asked the question, okay, what is our watering plan? If we have elements being developed, what does our ordinance say? And our ordinance does say, when we hit stage 4, any house, I think it's any house that's under construction or hasn't been approved or what have you, to connect, they cannot connect. So they cannot connect to our water until we are out of stage 4 water restrictions, no matter what. So that we do look at those rules too, to maintain our water, because I know water is a big concern right now. Same with our infrastructure. I know the roads need development, PLC, drainage, all the sewer, water, electrical. It's all on our minds as well. We want to make sure that these new developments bring in the quality, not just the standard, but the good quality for our infrastructure for us to accept. They pay for it with their PUDs and all that stuff. That way we inherit a good quality stuff that won't be a burden to us right off the bat. So these are all things that we look at. I'm still gonna be beating the drum of, all right, does it need the sniff test? I'll leave it at that. But yeah, that's where I am.
All right, thank you. I need to clarify just one thing. One thing that Sheena had said about the text about the bridge, that was on an old plan, and we had, the way that we had expressed it last time, made it sound like that was their current plan. But when we looked at it, it was in a plan from 10 years ago. And so we did challenge them on that, and they're like, okay, so that was something that was put out 10 years ago. That is not, we're not actively pursuing that. But what we look at is, if we've got 300 feet of right of way on this side of the town, and 300 feet of right of way on the other side of the town, or 400 feet of right of way on the other side of town, we always will only have 100 feet of right of way, because they can't get any more, then what is the only alternative? And so that's what we're looking at. And we are addressing that with them. They are addressing that with us. We've actually been working closely with them. And what they've said is find alternative routes around, not necessarily a one-shot pony, but make sure you've got interconnectivity. So we have been engaging with the county to make sure that they're doing that, where the city thoroughfare planning meets up with the county thoroughfare planning, and we're looking at every new development that they're doing. Part of the issue that we have is that there's no interconnectivity with 211 or with 1604 from all of the development that's happening over the Tranco in that area. Everything north of us, everything east of us, as Councilman Keene said, those are going to impact us, and it is a substantially greater amount of property. So we're trying to do what is responsible within city limits, but also working outside of that. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that. The way that we had been dealing with the development agreements, we told the developers this, we told people this, go back and look at the Alsatian Oaks development agreement. That was the first one that was done. That's the thing that went through a ton of public process. And as we initiated this, we said, okay, we're going to follow the public process. This already followed. And so these are the things that we're asking for. These are the standards that are going into the development agreements. And then we realized that, you know, that happened a few years ago. And so we wanted to make sure that with this group that we engaged more openly, and that's when we pulled in planning and zoning, to make sure that we are confirming the things that are going into there. Anything that we're asking that we can't ask for legally, that we can't require legally, it's trying to figure out what those are, and then having that open discussion about these are the things that we feel are important in these developments that should go into the development agreement. That is happening joint between City Council and planning and zoning, so please do engage in that process. That will be an open process. What comes out of that will go into our development agreement policy. So I think that is pretty much it. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of these things are incredibly important for this. And we are being very thoughtful about it. Do we always get it right? No. Do we want to? Is it important to us? Absolutely. We represent you. Okay, next item is consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have minutes for May 7th, 2024 special call council and P&Z joint work session meeting, minutes for May 14th, 2024 regular call meeting, and approved city natural gas system analysis and capacity study. Do I have a motion to approve?
Question. Now, Herb and I missed the council meeting, so I feel like I have to abstain from that one, but I don't mind voting approval on the others. How do I go about that?
Does somebody else want to make a motion to approve? Who's here?
I move that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of our absent members from the last council meeting.
I'll second it.
Okay.
I don't think that's the way that works.
You don't do that.
Yeah, you can,
Can we just separate it out?
yeah, you can pull some items off and then vote on them individually if you want to record your votes. But it's kind of an all or nothing. Yeah.
Okay, so which one, the regular call council meeting was the one?
That's the only one I did not.
So I'll amend the motion to approve items A and C of the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. The next item is the consent agenda for the minutes for May 14th, 2024 regular call meeting. Do I have a motion from somebody who attended?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
2 abstentions.
And two
Two
abstentions.
abstentions. Yes.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you. Next item is nomination and election of a mayor pro tem. Do I have a nomination for somebody to do mayor pro tem?
Herb Dyer. I make a motion for Herb Dyer to be mayor pro tem.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so,
I nominate Phil.
Bill? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, first you have to, I think you have to take them one at a time. So if you have a motion for Herb, then you have,
Yes, for the second, if there's no second.
right. Or you can open it up for discussion, like, you know, he wants to serve in that role. You can help us out if you like.
Yeah, so you can make the motion, and then, do discussion, so that you can kind of just get a lay of the land.
And you have a discussion without a second.
Yes. Yes,
We don't
because the
typically.
second is what gets you to the vote. So you have the motion, your discussion, you have your second, that will take you to a vote, and then you would carry on the vote from there.
Okay. Let's talk about it. So are you okay with being nominated with mayor pro tem? You've done it before.
I appreciate the nomination, but I believe that there's other people on the board that have not had the opportunity to serve as mayor pro tem, that it would benefit them if they had that opportunity, but I'm honored that you asked. Thank you.
So are you saying that you are?
I do not want to have my name in nomination.
Okay,
I withdraw my nomination.
right. All right, further discussion. So he had mentioned about somebody who hasn't served as mayor pro tem. Bill has, Paul has, Sheena has not, and,
I have not.
I look at him, he's like, I don't know. So-
Same reaction I'm getting down here.
Okay, so the other nomination was Phil. But for those of you who have not served as mayor pro tem, is that something you would want to do? Is that something you're open to?
Yeah, I do it.
Okay,
I said that last year too.
all right.
I have no desire to be there.
Right. Do I have, how do you?
Can I second him and nominate her?
Okay, time out.
So I was just throwing that wheel in.
Well, I mean, you talked about Phil, but we didn't have a motion necessary. That's when we stopped it. So as of, I guess officially right now, you.
Yeah, so if you wanna make a
It's on the
motion, Rashina, you second it, and then you can take that vote.
Mhm.
So make a new motion with your new nominee.
Well,
Then second.
I was asking if I could second Phil's nomination and then
yeah.
nominate Sheena.
Well,
Well, we don't have a motion
Yeah.
on the table. We have two nominations, no motion.
Okay, well, sorry.
Do I have a,
Then I will nominate her. as Sheena.
you make a motion?
you make a motion.
Okay, great. Any further discussion? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Great. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations, and I'm sorry, thank you. All right.
I thought he was gonna get voted on too.
You just wanted me to put another slip on the back first. Everybody's got one, I think.
Sheena's Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. All right,
Congratulations.
sorry, I'll do better, speaking up. Okay, next is appointment of city boards and commission board liaisons. So we did a little bit of mix-up, we mixed it up a little bit. So I think that the way that we have it now is with Herb on the library.
We do have in the council packets the current list with Councilman Dyer at the library, yes.
Okay.
And then David
Merz
Merz
as the parks.
Mhm.
Councilman King with the HLC. Councilman Carey with P&Z and ZBOA.
Mhm.
And you're with the airport. Is everybody good? Do you want to stick with those? Anybody need to change that up?
I think our assets are being utilized very nicely.
Okay, you good with that? Okay, so we will appoint all members to their existing boards. Do you need a motion on that?
To appoint, yes.
You're appointing them.
What's that?
You are appointing them.
I can appoint them. I don't need a motion.
Well, in our ordinances, the mayor is the one that appoints the liaison, so. whichever.
It's not a council decision.
Oh, then.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we will appoint them to their existing positions.
Yes, sir.
All right, next item is city administrator report. For this we have Scott Dixon.
And I'll start out by asking if you have any questions over the items that were submitted. I wanted to call particular attention just to a couple of them. But to start with, are there any questions from you all?
Any questions on the city administrator report?
Do we have any EPA on the fixing of our live stream?
On the which?
Live stream.
It should be up and working now.
The overall.
The overall fix, yes, but I don't remember the date. I have a group coming out in June. I want to say it's June 13th, so it'd be after our next council meeting, unfortunately, but that was their first available. But I'll double check that date, but I believe it's June 13th. And they'll look at our setup. In the meantime, I still have our three culprits, kind of our group that we get our website hosting through, which is Civic Plus, Vimeo, who bought out Livestream, and VC3, who's our IT tech, working on it simultaneously. I was working with each one of them independently, and I put them on a merged email and said, look, guys, I'm not IT. We pay you to do this. As I see it, there are three issues. The three issues are, one, we changed internet service providers, which changed our IP, which may have messed up the link on our website where these videos are hosted. If you go to it now, it says something about it needs the public IP address. And so I sent a little picture of that to them. The other two issues are Vimeo bought Livestream. So when they bought Livestream, it required us to create a new Vimeo account. And that was to be able to have permission to live stream as we had been. For whatever reason, that's not working. So we've reached out to support and have not got resolution on that. But there's a separate issue where we can record it. So, last meeting was recorded, same setup as we've been using, and posted after the fact. And then I had the Surface tablet at the last meeting going over there and recording it or live streaming it to Facebook and to YouTube. Unfortunately, tonight, for whatever reason, it did not like that setup. So during your meeting, I've been setting it up over here, and we've caught the last 14 minutes. Now, the other meeting we'll have recorded on that camera and on the Surface. We'll probably use that camera's recording to put everything up because it's not been broken or anything like that. It'll be one solid recording, one continuous recording. And then the third item, so that was Vimeo and Livestream and the whole issue there. And then the third item, let's see, we had our website, Vimeo, and I think just, I'm trying to remember, it's just a setup, but, or ISP.
So we have 3 different issues that have not been able to be resolved. Scott has been here on the weekends, trying to work it out with them, and so we just engaged somebody that they do this, they do meetings, public meetings, they do all of the AV, electronic, everything, and so it's just taking a while to get them engaged. So if we are not able to get it fixed before that, then they will come out and fix it for us wholesale, and if we can get it fixed, then it'll be a, but this has been expressed as a very high priority, because this is a part of how we communicate.
Yeah. And I apologize. It's equally frustrating to staff that it's just not working yet. Yeah. What else on, are any other questions from the report? Hold up real quick.
I had 2 small questions, hopefully small questions. On gas operations, you indicated that we think we might be able to cover most of our gas operations for our system with a collection of 2 to 4 contractors doing different parts. Right now, are we thinking that that would be our solution into the future, or more of a stopgap measure?
It depends on how long you gauge a stopgap. I think that could be, I think that could be something that would work much like we did with CPS for many, many years, and we may have the benefit of training our staff in the process. And if we get to the point where we are willing, able, and feel like it's more profitable to take on some of those roles ourselves, we'll be able to do that. What staff did during the election, while the city was deciding whether or not we wanted to sell the system, leading up to that election and kind of during that time frame, we started reaching out to a number of different contractors to see what types of services they provided. And I'm gonna back up just a little bit, so I apologize. When CPS first told us that they weren't going to be able to continue to service our account, which was about 1.5 years ago at most, I don't remember the exact date. They indicated that they weren't going to renew. They were only going to renew the contract for 1 year or what have you. And then we went to a 6-month extension, and then another 6-month extension. Almost immediately, we began reaching out to find out, was there anybody else that'd be willing to do the entire scope of services that CPS would provide, basically act as our operator. And unfortunately, we're not able to find anybody that was willing to do that, do everything that CPS was doing. And we had very little luck finding contractors that would do various aspects of it. However, I think something about doing the project in December when we replaced that line, in doing that, a number of contractors came forward and said, we could probably do some of your break fix and some of these other things. So we haven't put out an official proposal. All we've done is have those conversations. The next step for us will be to put out an official proposal that would be approved by council, and then look at who we could hire to do what. Some of the groups they won't install meters, right? They don't do the installations and they don't do new capital, but they'll fix your lines when they break. Others will install meters and they'll fix the lines, but they don't want to do any of the, they won't do any of the reporting, et cetera. So I think it is going to create we are going to need to find a combination of contractors and consultants to do everything that CPS was doing. But we believe just initially from our conversations that we're going to be in the ballpark potentially of where we were on the CPS contract. That's the other kind of big unknown is what is this going to cost us? And some of those things we couldn't just, I was asked several times, I really wanted to be able to weigh in on when people are asking which way should we vote. But the fact of the matter is, we're kind of limited to speaking to facts. And a lot of that requires me to speculate. It requires speculation on what do we think the prices will be, what will happen to the rates, et cetera. And right now we still, we don't know the answer to those questions until we really get into what our solution is going to end up being. So I do think it'll be probably an interim, but could turn into a long-term solution doing something like that. And more than likely, as is often the experience, we'll bring in a contractor and we'll test them out and see how they do. And, we'll go from there, right?
In the agreement, the off the top of my head, are we going to have it set up to where they have to talk to each other?
If I talk to each other, the different consultants?
Yeah, because, you one that do the break fix and others do capital improvement and meter replacement. and a consultant to handle regulatory reporting piece.
Mhm.
So at least that one's gonna need to know
Right.
what everybody else is doing, so we're gonna have that built into our contract.
Yeah, I would expect so. And I think one of the big lessons learned from this whole process has been, kind of how asleep at the wheel the city was as an organization on the gas system, where we didn't have as much of the information as we really should have as the owner. I think we took for granted that CPS is this big company and they do this every day. way. It's fully designed.
But I think that the other thing to point out, if we remember that with the development agreements, the things that need to be put in specifically to support that one development, if we can't service them off of our existing system and offsite improvements have to be made, that's where we're putting in the development agreements to do that. For the ones that can be, if you look at Country Village Estates, the 35 acres right here, those are all paid back through impact fees. So we still get money back for them to go to the infrastructure, to do the improvements that are necessary, but those are more ongoing maintenance and kind of system-wide. As we grow, this goes into a bank that helps us increase that, but it's not something that we need specifically to service them. So everybody does pay their pro rata share of that infrastructure to service them. Same thing as if you build on any lot, you have to pay the impact fees of connecting to the power, the sewer, the water. All right, anything else?
In regard to the water tower,
Mhm.
is gonna be in that far back right corner of the property, right?
Well, it's going to be in the Flat Creek development. So it's Alsatian Oaks and Flat Creek share a property line as you go north. And at one point it was discussed to be in the upper northwest corner of Alsatian Oaks. It is since about a year ago or so, a year and a half ago, due to FAA and some other issues, topographical challenges, our layout of our water lines, et cetera, it got moved to the Flat Creek portion, our development, and it's in the northwest corner of that development. There, you can kind of see on a topographic or on a map, a Google map, kind of a green line that cuts that corner. That's a drainage area. It'll be just north and east. I said northwest, north and east of that small drainage area. Yeah.
My question was regarding the FAA, the height and everything.
Yeah, that's all been approved. That was one of the things that's probably been 6 or 8 months ago that we went through that process to get that approved. It was about the time that David left. So however long ago that was. I did want to mention one other thing, and this will come up in the Regional Park Community Center project. So you're going to consider a bid tonight, and we'll get into that amount and what we've done to vet it. It's an excellent, Greco has an excellent reputation, good builder, good new builder. Unfortunately, they are about $700,000 over our budget for this project, and we didn't have any other bids. One of the things that y'all may want to consider is whether you want to rebid this. I have very mixed feelings about that because number one, you have a bird in hand, so to speak. If you go back out for bid, number one, it'll be rushed because we have to have the funds committed by June 14th, according to USDA, who's overseeing the monies that we received from the Congress. So it'd be something that would be issued. We'd call the paper in the morning, they put it in the paper, and we'd ask for the people who have already looked at this to get their bids together. We heard from a couple of people after we received the bids, of course, that, man, I didn't get it in for this reason or this reason, and they had them ready, and they could have submitted them, but they didn't. And so it's a real roll of the dice if you wanted to try and rebid it. But that is something that we'll discuss when we get to that item. Something else. There is an item on tonight's. So if you look at your budget calendar, tonight was the first kind of shot at the general fund budget to take a look at that. You've received some slides, a presentation. The most up-to-date presentation is in your Surface links to your packets. So you'll see that there. And depending on the length of this meeting, we'll either go into that tonight and y'all can ask as many questions as you like, or we can get into that at your workshops that will take place this Thursday and Friday. And I'm going to leave that up to the mayor and you all to decide how much time you want to spend on that this evening. I think that's it. We're working on irrigation plan at the regional park. That is slower than I'd like. I really want to try to get something implemented as soon as possible, but we're still trying to piece together what that's going to cost. But it essentially would allow us to both irrigate the park regularly, have about a 5,000 gallon holding tank that would more or less be able to stay full all the time because we're processing that much water on a pretty consistent basis. And it also gives us the ability to sell the water. So if you have some of these folks, road crews and whatnot, that need non-potable water, presently we really don't have a way to sell them that. This solution will be able to do that. I don't really have a cost figure yet, but that's the next thing I'll bring to you is what that's going to cost to implement. But I'm hoping it's going to be within my purview. It won't be a whole lot, but we'll see. I think that's it. If you have any other questions, just let me know.
Any other questions?
I'm going to save mine for the agenda items.
Perfect. All right, next item is public hearing on a zone change request for approximately 35.168 acres located northeast of intersection of US Highway 90 East and 471 North. The current zone of the property is RA, which is single-family dwelling district for approximately 35.168 acres. The proposed zoning for the property is a planned unit development district overlay with the underlying zoning CHD East. It's East Commercial District for approximately 2.75 acres, and RA Single Family Dwelling District for approximately 32.443 acres. For this, we have Brianna Soto. I'm going to open up the public hearing at 7:23. And what I'd like to do is have Brianna present it, and then we'll have public comments after she's given the presentation, so you have some information. There will be public comments. We're going to have her give the presentation, and then we'll have public comments right after that. What we've gotten feedback from is people would rather hear about it first, make comments about it, so that they make more informed comments. So, Brianna?
Okay.
No, it's not on. You'll have to turn it on.
It's on now.
Is it on now?
Well, no.
Okay. I just want everybody to be able to hear me, but I'll try and project. Good evening, City Council. We have our first public hearing. I'm going to go through a few slides first just to kind of give, and I did this with planning and zoning too, just to give some background because we don't see these every day. First thing that I want to go through is city regulations applicable in the ETJ. So the only things that are applicable in our ETJ that we can regulate are our Chapter 24, our signs, subdivision and platting regulations, which is Chapter 100, and then utility regulations, which is Chapter 34 and 110. City regulations that are not applicable in the ETJ are comprehensive zoning, so lot sizes, density, land use, those are not applicable if they are not within our, if they're not within our city limits. Adopted building codes, ad valorem taxes, collection of those, specific construction standards that we have, like landscaping, building materials, design elements, those are not applicable. Building permitting, inspections, approvals, and related fees. So any of those fees that we get, like right now from All Station Notice, we get fees every time they build a house that go to plan review and inspections. We do not receive those if they are in our ETJ or if they are outside the city limits. So there's just one thing. Okay, and I've heard a lot, and so I just wanted to put this out there that the PUD or the planned unit developments is not a part of our ordinances, that it's outside of our ordinances, that it's not to ordinance. Just wanted to let everybody know that this is an ordinance, it's codified, it's on our ordinance website, Muni Code, and it was ordinanced in 2002. You can see that yellow highlight 2002-003. So it is an ordinance that is in our books that was adopted and passed, okay? We're going to be seeing the future land use map. I just want to give you kind of a briefing because we haven't really gone over this in a while. So future land use maps are advisory. They're not regulatory. So it's just like dreams. We think this is what we want there, but that's not what we might get there. But regulatory is our zoning ordinance. When we have zoning for our residences, those are regulatory. They have to abide by those zones, and there's only certain things that can go into those zones. I bring this up because you're going to see a future land use map where it's different than what's being planned there, but it's only because that was just a vision, but it didn't come to fruition. So. Okay, and then what is being reviewed during each stage? So here we have 3 different stages. We have the PUD plan, we have a plat, and then we have building. The first in the PUD plan dictates what's the lot size, lot width, setbacks, open space, land use, community associations. So all of those kinds of things, like almost a big picture, big scale, that we'd like to see within our developments. Plat, this is when we get down to make sure that those items that we spelled out in the PUD plan are actually being followed through with. So the plat also dictates where the sewer, the water, electric, gas, easements, traffic, drainage, street specifications. So everything that's included in the PUD plan, and then also some additional. And then building, same thing. It has to make sure that it's according to what was ever in the PUD plan and the plat, but now you're getting down to the actual structure that is going on the ground. So it's the actual home, the electrical, mechanical, the energy, irrigation, landscaping, parking. So I just want to let you know that PUD plan is going to come up. That's what the request is for tonight, but that's only the very first step. Well, actually, the very first step was the development agreement. That's the second step. It still has to go through multiple phases before those houses or those commercial buildings are on the ground. So, and those planning does have to go through planning and zoning for recommendation to city council as well. Okay, so now we're actually going to get into the first request. So this is going to be Black Creek zone change request. We have the applicant here. We have the property owner here.
That is
Every
not a
further.
discipline document.
And the heights of
Oh,
Castroville.
I'm sorry, I'm out of order. Okay, we're just gonna go real fast now. Okay, heights of Castroville. I apologize. Okay, so this is gonna be discussion on that 35 acres that's north of Napa. It's right off Ohio 471. We have the applicant here, which is Rob Killen. This is gonna be MP Homes. We also have the developer and the engineer here if y'all have any questions regarding things that I can't answer for them. And so right now, it is currently zoned as RA, single family dwelling district, so just single family housing. The proposed zoning is a little different because we're just used to RA, that's okay, but since it's a PUD, it does have to have an overlaying zoning of PUD. So it's going to be PUD, still with the underlying zoning of RA, single family dwelling district. Okay, so the development agreement has already been approved by City Council on March 31st, 2023. I do want to say that the PUD plan has been reviewed and meets either city code or the development agreement standards specified. So if it doesn't meet our standards, it's because it was agreed upon in the development agreement. So it meets both of those things. Some things that were outlined in the development agreement: lot sizes, open space, annexation. Some things that we don't have in our ordinances were also outlined, like buried utilities, dark skies lighting, quality street signage, and some residential construction standards that we are not allowed to dictate as a city.
Can you state, do you have the ones that, the constructions, when we're talking about construction standards, is the quality of the materials, the type of the materials, do you have that detailed out?
Not right in front of me, but yeah, it is quality materials. It has to be a certain percentage masonry, things of that sort. I'm sorry, I don't have that. Some things that they're also doing, according to the development agreement, is drainage improvements. So I have a couple slides that show exactly what's being proposed or what's going to be improved according to the development agreement. And this was so in exchange for the lot sizes or other things. So right here we have the Country Village channel. I think as we all know, and I'm sure as many people in this audience know, that there is a significant drainage issue over in Country Village. And so if you can see, that red line is where they're going to be improvements. The top cross section is where the channel is, and if you can see that dotted line, that just shows silt that's throughout the channels. In some places, it's 1 to 2 feet deep. So the channel doesn't function as it needs to right now to carry that water downstream. As part of this PUD plan and development agreement, the contractor is going to remove 1 to 2 feet of silt from the channel to regrade with a minimum slope of 0.5%, just so it can function properly. So this is just one of the offside drainage improvements. Okay.
So let's be clear, the offsite drainage.
Mayor, if we can hold questions till after presentation and public hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, and then this is another one. They're still working through this because the drainage outfall is in the TxDOT right of way, but there is going to be some improvements on the west side of Providence, where you see those pink lines, and there's a couple inlets, which are those green inlets right there. They are going to have to do some improvements. We don't know exactly what those are right now because the engineer's still working with TxDOT on what those improvements need to be to make it efficient. Okay, so, and they're also doing some on-site drainage improvements. So this is just from their drainage analysis. As you can see, the dotted line, it kind of shows where all the water goes right now on the current property. And so they're gonna be capturing that water in channels, and they're gonna be, bringing it over to this detention pond that's, shown at the bottom of the screen. It's lot 901. And so they're gonna be bringing the water over there to retain that water, so hopefully it will reduce, because there's already a drainage issue right there on the backside of that 901 lot. So I have, if it all works like it's supposed to, this should decrease the drainage, problems that they're having right there on the backside of those lots. So, but they're still going through the engineering on how deep that channel needs to be, how it needs to be positioned, all of those things. But that's done through the planning process and the civil engineering phase of this project. All right, so this property was already annexed into the city. It was adopted on September 12, 2023. So I just want to let you know that this has already been annexed into the city. Because it's under 50 acres, it cannot be annexed from the city, from what I know. And yeah, and so this was annexed into the city as of September 12, 2023. Okay, and then here's just the location, so I probably should have started off with this. The location of this property is north of Napa. It's kind of like across the street from Bill Miller's a little bit. And then on the north side of it is the where Country Village starts. Here's just an aerial location. You can see that there's that one house, the storage units on the east side of the property. Those aren't included in the property though. This right here is the future land use map. So as you can see, what was, I guess, envisioned in the 2016 plan that was provided by UTSA, about one third of the property, or maybe a quarter of the property was supposed to be residential, and the remainder of that property was hopefully visioned for a park or open space. This is the current zoning of the property because it's already been annexed into the city. Any property that's annexed into the city automatically comes in as residential, single-family dwelling. If they want to go beside that or go beyond that, then they have to go ask for a zone change request, and so that's why they're here today. Okay. This right here is the proposed zoning. So the entire thing is in a PUD overlay, and then the underlying zones is 2.725 acres of commercial and 32.443 acres of RA single-family dwelling district.
Okay, Brianna, I feel like we've gone a little bit past what the original public hearing was. Is that under here?
No, we're in the zone change first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We did the zone change first and then the PUD after.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Okay. And then just the last thing that I want to hit on is planning and zoning did review this request and they did recommend approval of this request. So, and that wraps up my presentation for this portion. Okay. So actually, and I don't know how this is supposed to happen, but I have all these notices. I read them a lot at planning and zoning, and it's just me, but I don't know who and when I'm supposed to read these out. These are the ones that go out to the 200 feet property owners. For the zone change request specifically, I got back 39 from the surrounding property owners. So.
Do we want to have?
You can do that after public comment.
Okay.
Let's open it to public comments.
Sounds good.
I don't need a timestamp public comments right now.
You
Already
can.
open hearing.
All right. So we are now open for public comments. If anybody would like to come, please come in. And please remember to state your name and address for the record.
My name is Bruce Alexander. I live at 516 Main Street. I want to make a couple of comments. First off, I appreciate everybody's comments earlier about how you envision the ordinances and the developments. I do want to echo something from Council.
Bruce, it's on this first year.
You're gonna have to speak
Okay, I
up.
do want to, from Mr. Carey, I do want to go ahead and say this. The PD or plan development is in the CTO. There's no question about it. And the plan unit development there. Plan unit development restricts, plan unit development's not available for, you gotta have at least 3 acres in the city. We know that, we learned that from the folks who are gonna do that next month. This property, 10 acres of land, is in the city. The rest is in the ETJ, but it was less than 50 acres, and it was before the state law changed, so there was absolutely no threat or no reason that it was gonna come out of that ETJ. They were fully subject to the CZO, period. While I understand you making development agreements, I got it. But not a soul here was here when that subdivision ordinance was written, except you're talking to the guy right here that participated in that. I know you have to go by what the rules say, you can't go by interpretation. But the planning and development was put in there as an option, not as a go-to for the city. The developer had to ask for it. And the developer had to give up things. It didn't. It wasn't an automatic, as if it appears as though the city is now using it as an automatic. The 12,000 square foot lots for a reason. This particular subdivision, 12,000 square foot lots, triggered with 8,000, basically added 30 or 40 more lots at a value of whatever they market them at in the pockets of the developer. What did you get in exchange for that? You tell me underground electric, West Hunt, Country Village, built in 85, River Bluff, built in 86. They're all underground utilities because it sells the subdivision. Nobody forced them to do that. Nobody gave them anything to do that. The lighting, you're gonna tell me $3 million in exchange for that to the developer's pocket? That's what it cost the guy. And the drainage in the CZO, they're required to address the drainage. It's already there. The street sides are there. It's in the CZO. The fact that the planning and development gives different options, that's exactly what it was set up for, was options, not a go-to. Make the developer ask for it. Make them give up something. That lot that's green, looks like a park, as was pointed out in the P&Z, it's a detention pond. That's not a park. Right. The drainage going out, the lot the city bought, the citizens were told door to door, it was going to be a park in the neighborhood. But yet, Brianna says the city never represented as a park, but a council member did. They sold it to the people that way. So there's not a lot of been, in my opinion, really upfront and straight stuff. And I believe that the city should stand behind the dimensions in the CZO and make the developer ask for things. Don't go to them and give them the way they are. You're negotiating against yourself. That's my opinion. Thank you very much for your time.
Would anybody else like to speak for citizen comment?
It's a public hearing, so the council can interact.
We'll have the public hearing, the citizen comment will occur, and then we'll close public hearing, council will begin discussion and action.
But a public hearing is not a two-way street. This is not citizen comments.
It's a public hearing for you to make heard your positions.
But, okay, that's, it doesn't say citizen comments. We're confusing citizen comments with public hearing out for convenience of this council. A public hearing is a dialogue. Comments are what they are.
I'm going to ask you to please remain.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
And I do not believe that.
Ask the attorney.
Oh, come on, we're paying her. She's our client.
No, I take my instructions from the attorney because if I do things wrong, I go to jail. And I'm not willing to do that.
Yes, you go.
All right. Sorry, I'm going to stand back. So, as I stated before, may I address this? Okay.
Now you can address it?
Well, I am addressing the proper decorum during the meeting. You are absolutely able to contact city council before and after the meeting. You can state your comments during the meeting. We open it up at the beginning of the meeting to give you as much information as possible, but city council meetings are not a point of discussion. You have plenty of opportunity to do that outside of city council and have your concerns be known, have your interactions be known, but this is not the proper place.
Okay, so what is the difference between this and citizen comment?
You don't have a time limit. You can lay out and have a discussion. I mean, you get a problem when you have council going back and forth. They're unable to state specific positions. We can have maybe Brianna answer clarity points, but council cannot address questions as individuals throughout the hearing.
And why is that?
I,
You don't know.
You don't know?
You don't know the.
You do.
you don't
Oh,
know.
Then I can help.
okay.
We need to know that.
Okay, we can take a moment and I can call Cindy.
That is state law. So if you would like to question that at another time, this is state law.
Now.
Oh, we're not.
No, at the end of the day, this is a city council meeting. At the end of the day, the council makes the rules of however you want to run the meeting. It does not need open debate. That is your choice. Whether it's state law, it doesn't matter. You set the rules. I think the rules are understood. I think they're reasonable. So, I mean, I don't know why there's an argument here.
There's an argument because this is the shell game. You have public hearing, but then right after
Okay,
that,
we are outside the parameters of this discussion. We've talked about this before. We've gotten advice from the attorney. If you would like to get up and speak during the,
She's in front of me, and I'm
That's fine.
disabled. I have trouble getting out, but I think I'm loud enough to project.
understand. So again, the rules of the meeting stand. We follow the law as we understand that. We have had that expressed by our attorney multiple times. You are welcome to check with an attorney and challenge them on that, but I go by our attorney. We're not asking them to close down conversations. I do nothing but open up conversations. But in this situation, that is not appropriate. You can contact city council people and have that discussion outside of the city council meetings. But for now, you can express your concerns, your opinions, and then we will go through and do the discussion. That's the way it's always been. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to hold you.
You're looking straight at me.
Please go ahead. Sorry. No, that was not directed. I'm just trying to maintain, a meeting, so please.
Tammy Alexander, 516 Vienna. I just want the council to know, and Brianna can correct me, and Mr. Kerry can, they were at the planning and zoning meeting, but we had 12 letters come in. When I started talking to people, and even some of the people that came and talked to the podium about when they spoke, that counted as their opposition. So at the end of the meeting, I said, hey, people, if you get 20% in, it's a supermajority. Well, guess what? There was multiple people at the meeting that did not understand these letters and how 20% would be supermajority. And multiple, you can tell tonight, she's got many more after that was explained to them. So if these people would have understood the importance of getting these letters in for opposition, it would have been a supermajority and it would have failed at the planning and zoning. Because it was a 3-2. So that would have failed at the planning and zoning if the people in that area would have understood the importance of getting the 20% in. We were short 2, or they were short 2. And now tonight you got 39, and I don't know how many are in opposition, but I bet it's much more than the 14 that was needed for the supermajority of the planning and zoning meeting. And I also want to point out, I do disagree with the 8,000 square foot lots. I think 12,000 is what it should be, especially when you're in the area that they couldn't get up to ETJ. And so I think that's very important also. And I have to give it to Jim Welch, because I think he did talk to you, how the people were not really understanding the letters completely. And he asked Brianna if maybe we could do something to make it more clarified for the people that get these letters, that how important it is to get them back into the city or to Brianna. Because if they would have understood that, it would have failed the planning and zoning. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we're still open for public comments.
Don Wood, 207 Capitol, Sunnyland. I'd like to ask if we can find out how many oppositions before on the letters that were returned. I think the council needs to hear that.
Yeah, I was gonna read them aloud, but they're all in opposition, so all 39 are in opposition.
So all 39, out of how many?
There's 16.
Out of 68%. So I think that shows a pretty good consensus of opinions of what we're looking at. And then also, I proposed a question, and I'd like to know that answer at some point in time. was there an agreement prior to the planning and zoning committee? Or as the lawyer said, there is a contract? And if so, I don't understand why there was a contract for the planning and zoning committee. Or, so maybe you can address that.
I think we did show that date, didn't we?
Yeah, the development agreement for this one was,
Why nobody that lives close by was talk to you about it?
September 12th, I think it's 2023, if I
Yes,
remember
Mark,
correctly. Yeah. That was the development agreement.
It's on this one. Well, not this one.
So I think that's something the council needs to discuss. I mean, obviously, if there is a contract that was entered into it, at some point, the council did discuss it and did brief whether or not that, I'm sure that was in a closed session or addressed after a closed session.
So if you'd like us, we'll go ahead and answer that question. Yeah. Yeah, just clarify. So clarifying points as they're brought up or questions as they're asked. Yes, there is an agreement. It's called a development agreement. And for both this property and Flat Creek and Alsatian Oaks, and I think that's the three that we have. There might have been a much smaller development agreement for another property. There was one for a hotel in the time I've been here, but typically a developer comes forward. They basically announce their intention with staff, say this is what I'm looking at doing. What's available to us? What are your rules say we can and can't do? And that starts a process of a development agreement. And there's a lot of different steps to that, but essentially those, and I think the gentleman spoke about, executive session meetings or closed session versus open session. No decisions can be formalized in a closed session, so all decisions are made in the open, if you will. And so yes, in both these cases, in both Flat Creek and the Heights of Castroville, there was a development agreement proposed that has different terms in it that the developer was asked to meet. And in exchange for that, the city made a contract with that developer about what it would do going forward. And part of that paves the way for the PUD, the zoning, these other aspects of it. Now, none of that, and the development agreement states this, and again, these are matters of public record. None of that relieves the developer from anything that's required by state law, nor does it prevent the city or oblige the city not to follow state law. So zoning, as you all are aware, or probably should be aware by now, is something that's laid out pretty clearly in state law as to what the steps are. And that's this public hearing we're having tonight. It's a public hearing we had before the Planning and Zoning Commission. Those are the steps that the city is following. So I know that you may have your own opinions as to what the order of operations is, but the orders of operations that the city follows are very typical. This is what cities do. This is how developers operate. This is the process, right? And that's what's being followed tonight.
Anybody else like to speak?
Yeah. Nathan Briggs, 109 Country Lane. You guys sitting up there earlier and saying we want to do what the citizens want to do. Well, 39 to nothing against this. I think that behooves you guys to vote against it.
Can we back up to the earlier slide of what is and isn't permissible in an ETJ? Now, this wasn't a question, but I think it's more of a clarification, because I still think there's some misunderstanding about what the city can and can't allow and what would or wouldn't happen. So this speaks to what's applicable. This speaks to what's applicable in the ETJ. Within the ETJ, the subdivision and platting regulations, that's that chapter 100. This is the chapter we've had a lot of discussion about in the past, being in conflict with the CZO. There are items in it that appear to work contrary to what the CZO laid out. And this is one of staff's major arguments as to why we believe a UDO is necessary. Let's rethink this. Let's revisit it. Obviously, there's some things in conflict, and let's make sure that what's in Chapter 100 reflects what the community wants, et cetera. And then the utility regulations in Chapter 3110. What's not applicable in the ETJ is the lot size, the density, the land use, the adopted building codes. I see you wagging your finger, but I mean, this is, go ahead. Well, if you want to invite people to speak again, but this is, I just want to, I mean, this is our legal position as far as what is applicable and isn't applicable. And, you know, from time to time, I've heard comments at the podiums that seem to indicate that there are things that are applicable in the ETJ that are not. Now, you can make the argument that there have been other developers who have done things without absent a development agreement, et cetera. I think those are all valid comments. It's history. It's a part of Castroville. And it's anybody's guess as to what a developer do absent some type of a development agreement, right? But the city responds to those requests, and that's kind of how we ended up where we are tonight. It's been a negotiated process. The wins, well, I'll get into that a little later. This is just about the zoning. I don't want to get too far afield. All right, back to comment.
So you're saying under Chapter 24, the city regulations does not applicable to the EKG is a state law?
Correct. What you see there, these bullet points, this is a summary of state law and how it applies to city limits versus ETJ. And again, there's this land, this particular parcel that we're talking about, the Heights of Castroville, not Flat Creek. Heights of Castroville is a little bit of an oddity because part of it was not in the city limits, but in the ETJ, and the other part was in the city limits, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah.
So it's a little goofy, and I admit that, but
So what part was in the city? Do we have an overlay of that?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, a house.
So this is probably the best depiction of what was already in, can you see that? The yellow part was already in the city limits, and the green part is already was in the ETJ.
Okay, so my next question, do that, with the plat that they have, what is that yellow part going to do?
it's a little bit of both.
Commercial, is that combination?
It's a combination of commercial and
Now it looks
residential.
like this, so it's a combination.
So
Just
that
really
should
quickly,
apply there.
I want to get a quick point of clarification. Do we need, when they're coming back up for public discussion, do we need them to come up and take their name and address again? Or is it okay?
It would be helpful.
Okay, if you don't mind, just so that we can keep everything on the record.
No, that's fine, I don't problem. So,
Could you state your name and address?
Don Lloyd, 207 Sunnyland. So, the house forward was in the city.
This, yeah.
The old house.
The house one.
Okay, so then that track should come under city ordinances from the standpoint of development, not PUD. It's not an ETG.
Yeah, but the green part was in the ETJ.
Right, so that one can be, but the one up front should follow the regular city ordinance. There shouldn't be any question about that.
Yeah, so they can both be.
They can what?
It's a choice that you make when you're having that back and forth, right? How much of it goes in a PUD and how much of it isn't. Now, we recognize that there's a portion of this property that was in the city and that would therefore be subject to the city's CZO. That's pretty clear. No one's arguing that point. But when you decide to go for a PUD, a planned unit development, and when you decide to start having discussions about, well, what is it going to look like? Are you going to put any commercial there? Will you have residential, et cetera? The decision was made to put everything in a PUD to allow for the split with the commercial, the residential, and then to also put those additional requirements like the offsite improvements, et cetera.
So the decision was made by the council.
It was a negotiated decision, so it's both council and the developer. There was quite a bit of back and forth.
And you have a date on that?
It's a matter of public record. I don't have.
She gave them a mental thing.
Yeah, it's a matter of public record. I don't have it off the top of my head.
March 31st, 2023.
Yeah.
Bruce Alexander, 516 Union. I don't want to get in an argument. I just want to read something. The following regulations shall control the subdivision of land within the corporate limits of the city of Castroville and within the extraterritorial jurisdiction thereof. That's your subdivision ordinance, that's your straight thing. And then you go farther down in there, it refers back to compliance with the CCO. So while I understand what Mr. Mason said, I respectfully disagree with him. The comprehensive order, so there's only two ordinances you have that apply in ETJ, statutory ETJ, and extended ETJ. We're talking statutory right there. The CZO is the boss ordinance that controls development in the ETJ. Your subdivision ordinance was created in 2002, says specifically it controls development in the ETJ, and it refers straight back to the CZO. So I respectfully disagree with the CZO not being a requirement, and the CZO requires lot size. So does your subdivision ordinance, requires lot size, unless you do a planned unit development. And I renew my issue that I believe the city has changed direction over the years and go straight to the planned unit development instead of trying to stay with the stringent ordinance first. I'm just renewing that, and I respectfully disagree with you, sir, based on the wording of your own ordinances.
Understood.
Can I speak to that? for a
Yeah,
second?
will you clarify that for me, please?
Yes. Okay, so I'm not here to argue either. You don't have to
I
stand
agree.
there. No, it's okay. I'm here to speak to something. You don't have to argue with me.
I'm not.
Okay, yeah, okay. So I want you to think about this. So he's right. It does refer back to the CZO. Your CZO pertains to zoning. But if something is in the ETJ, there is no zoning. So you can't say that it has this particular lot size in our subdivision ordinance because that pertains to zoning, but zoning is not established in the ETJ. Does that make sense? So there's no, so if,
By state law.
That's correct, but it controls development. It does control development in ETJ in addition to the zoning. And that's, look up the local government code, chapter 211. Thank you.
My turn yet?
Yeah, Brianna, would you bring that microphone back to her?
No, I can talk loud.
I still need you to speak into the microphone so people can hear. We're trying to help you out. Remember, we still have people online, we want to make sure that they can hear us.
Yeah, is this one working?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Karen Clarkfield, 805 Washington. What I've seen and heard tonight is, first of all, the city, whether we have good information, bad information, or whatever, rushed into some sort of, or some level of agreement with the developer before anything was actually laid out. Before it ever went before the people were ever introduced to this and told us what was happening. And being how something like this affects the entire city of Castroville, not those just within 200 feet, it needs those little letters that went out, they need to go to all of us. If utility bills is the way you're sending it, then put it in everybody's utility bills, because we all have a right to speak. And what I'm reading on this agenda is there's 4 proposed public hearings, and very definitively say public hearings. And then you immediately, the next thing is a vote. So that tells me that it doesn't matter what we say, y'all have already made up your minds. So my wish, it would be for the council to table all of this until you go back to the public, whether it be via the utility bills and a form letter that's mailed in, or you set up with the high school and get the auditorium for a public meeting that everyone can attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further clarification on the application of the
200 feet?
No, the zoning ordinance, the CZO being a zoning ordinance in the subdivision ordinance.
I think
I can't get too point, I just want to make sure.
What exactly is your question?
so the application of the CZO in our ETJ, that's the question. So the statement was made again that, well, I'm reading in your ordinance, here's what it says, and I don't argue with that. But the fact of the matter is, not everything in our ordinances is kosher with state law. And state law says zoning does not apply in your ETJ. Now, it can refer back to other aspects of the CZO. It can refer back to the elements that would apply. We understand that, right? But zoning is not one of those items that is controlled in the ETJ. So, right, CZO. Okay, we'll play it back later.
Way back, I didn't say zoning.
CZO.
CZO does not control
Yeah.
zoning.
Okay. I think the inference was made that your CZO, that your ETJ, that it refers to your subdivision ordinance, which then refers to CZO. I don't know what. Maybe I misunderstood the point, but hopefully we're clarifying zoning doesn't apply. And I would like to further clarify that there are two. As far as the state looks at landowner rights, they're protecting both, or attempting to protect through this process, both the rights of the people who live next to this land and the rights of the people who develop the land. So when you look at those 200-foot letters, that's all prescribed by state law. If you venture beyond that, you open yourselves up to additional liability from the landowner who's going through this process, that you have somehow biased the process, et cetera. So we follow the state law when it comes to notification and involvement, et cetera.
So there's somewhere in state law that says you cannot go outside of the 200 foot. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't know the law that well. I don't know if it says you cannot, but it says this is the prescriptive. This is what you shall do, and so we do that part.
What you shall do and what you should do as representatives and guardians of this city is two different things, apparently.
Not necessarily. Again, we are all liable as a community. If you take risks on behalf of the larger public, then you're liable for those. What?
The questions for 200 feet, that just relates to notice as it relates to being noticed for the public hearing. That doesn't.
We noticed it in the newspaper, so everybody had.
Right.
Yeah.
But the 200 feet relates to notice and the property owners that are required to be noticed for the public hearing, so that they receive personal invitation to attend the hearing. And so that's kind of how that does vary from comments, because that is to put everyone impacted as per how state law defines impact on notice, so that they have the opportunity to attend and be heard.
But then it's those notices that are counted for majority.
Yes.
When you talk about supermajorities and requirement of supermajority, that's based on those notices. It doesn't matter how many people show up at the public hearing. It doesn't matter. It's whether or not they. Okay, yeah. Right.
I do get her point. The people within 200 feet are the ones who count. I get that. But there is also an impact to the whole community.
Mm-hmm.
And whether you get a letter, whether you put a big red block on Mayor's corner and say, hey, heads up, just letting you know, there's going to be debate and public hearings, controversy about this proposed thing. In other words, just let the people know, whatever form that may take, but let us all know.
We run it in the newspaper for 3 weeks.
Okay.
It's also on our website.
Yeah. So newspaper, website, but I hear what you're saying, which is we could do more. Could you put it on some special part of the newspaper or on the website? But well, it's on the website and the newspaper already. But you're saying, can we put it in our bill stuffer? Can we do these other things? Possibly. All right. I apologize, Mickey. I stepped into your time.
No, you don't need to follow
good of it. I'm interested in the answer the attorney has, what the difference is. But nevertheless, that's not why I'm here. Mickey Holt's house, my official name is Michael Holt's house, 514 Washington. You know, I'm stepping back and my emotions have gone from frustration to, being upset to calm, disillusioned. I revert back to item 7, where we listened to the mayor do the clarification on the strategic planning of city growth and that dog and pony show, and things that we've heard 4 or 5 times at different meetings. It's just ridiculous to bore us with the same details. And then you can go through each councilman has to give their statement. I feel sorry for you guys because, anyways, for that exercise. And I made a note to myself when everybody was giving their comments, and I agree with some of your comments and some I disagree with. That's not the point, but I didn't hear a single council person say that I'm here to serve my constituents. Not one. You can go back and review it all. I know y'all you're real good about saying we can go back and read it. Go back and review it, because not a one said I'm here to serve my constituents. And I call it a dog and pony show because in March, according to the deal there was a signed agreement, a development agreement with this developer, what they could do. And it's obvious that they've taken great lengths and great expense to put together the whole subdivision. And I suspect that if this whole thing doesn't go through like he's got it out, there's going to be one hell of a lawsuit against the city. Because it's a done deal. And we all know that. Let's call the spade a spade. This is a done deal. Right or wrong, whether we like it or not, it's a done deal. You can see it from the proof of what the developer's done. And all this motion about sending this to planning and zoning and they having a meeting and it was approved and now you're going to approve it tonight, it's all putting the cart, you put the cart before the horse in March. And now you're trying to backfill, you're backfilling all this stuff. We're not stupid. You have to do it now because you got your butt in a crack. Okay? That's what it's all about. You sent out surveys to the citizens without 200 feet. Applaud them for filling it out, but it was a waste of paper, a waste of your time. It's a done deal. And the UDO that your simple city is trying to write to simplify everything, the first 2 paragraphs, in that one of those paragraphs, it says it's legal binding contract. It's legal and binding. What you've done is legal and binding already. You've already done it. So why are you wasting your time with a public hearing? Whether it's a public hearing or comments, this is her, you can pay her to tell us what it is. We all know what it is. And, Mr. Mayor, buy yourself a Rogers Rule of Order at Walmart so you know how to run a meeting. Robert. Because you don't. And it's a shame. I hope you take some of this to heart, and I hope the rest of you do. Good night, because y'all are going to be here a long time, and it's a waste of time.
All right. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak?
No, we're going to leave it as a waste of time.
Okay. Anybody else?
I still have a question, if it's a dialogue or not.
You can come up and speak, and they can do clarification from staff. We can have a discussion between council and individuals.
Go ahead.
Don Lloyd, 207 Sunny Land. So I have a question. I don't know who can answer it, but you can, Scott. So again, going back to the ETJ or whatever lot size of the place. So it also said that on construction, there is no guidelines on construction.
Oh, for what's applicable in the ETJ versus not? You want to bring that up again? All right, is it not in the same presentation?
I think it said something about materials.
Yeah.
You're talking about this one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can only, Yeah, so Corey, I think it was household 852, if I remember correctly, memory serves me, that may be wrong, or maybe 2349. The state does not allow municipality to regulate building materials. And what we mean by building materials is the outside, like siding, roofing. There's certain materials that if they're allowed by our international building code, this city cannot say that they're not allowed. So basically, yeah. So
you're telling me that someone can go there and throw a tin box?
Yeah, no, yeah, there's also,
And the
yes.
city of Castroville has no recourse on that?
That's correct.
That's correct.
By state law,
By state law.
no exceptions, no.
Yeah, so
If they're allowed plywood, that's an acceptable building material by the international building code, so if they put that up as the outside of their exterior of their home, they are allowed to do so.
We got on what material?
Plywood,
Plywood.
yeah.
oak, plywood, there's anything that's approved under IBC, International Building Code.
I think that one's not allowed, but if there's, yeah, I don't think that one's allowed.
It's International Building Code, and it's part of state law, so you can, this is all searchable.
Let me take that a step further with that. So on my house, or the house behind me, on May Street, the lady passed away. It's one of the bigger lots in the old part of Country Village. So if I was to buy that, could I take that lot, tear that house down, and build 3 houses?
No, because it would have to be 12,000 square feet.
You're in the city limits.
Well, same thing on this development.
A part of it
You're saying
was.
one thing and talking outside of your mouth.
No, a part of it, to be fair, a part of it was in the city limits, a part of it was in the ETJ. So that's what made the difference. Because the portion that was in the ETJ, we really couldn't prescribe anything as far as the developer is concerned. That was what we were limited to prescribing. Signage.
So the front part is commercial. Can we not regulate commercial building?
Not the design and aesthetics of it, no.
Well, and the commercial aspect of it is only commercial. It's only platted commercial because that was a request that the city made. It was originally planned to be all residential. The city requested that there be a portion of it to be dedicated to commercial, and that's in keeping with what we've done in pretty much all these development agreements. They all have some portion of that community that's dedicated to commercial. And one of the major reasons for that is when you look at the continuity and the financial viability of the city, it's dependent upon a mix of commercial and residential. If you become all bedroom, it's a sad state of affairs because your taxes are incredible and you still can't fix streets. So that's what we were trying to avoid or that's what the city council was trying to avoid by including commercial in that development.
So in that, and was not traffic patterns addressed in this plat plan?
Yes, if you pull up the plat, again, the plat itself offers very limited mobility options. A big challenge to that is the drainage that's in that area, and you don't want to exacerbate the drainage. And there's just requiring the on-site drainage is also something that we pushed upon this developer, right? So in addition to the off-site development. But that's why if you looked at their original plat versus their plat today, the original plat was one big kind of cul-de-sac with one entrance and exit. That was it. And again, this was part of the negotiated back and forth was to get the gridded pattern so that all those streets that are on the south side of that development would connect through. Now, if we were doing master planning and had a thoroughfare plan that the city enforced over time, then ideally you would have seen some type of gridded network that was applied to the Country Village subdivision as it was developed, but it really wasn't because those streets are cul-de-sac. They're cul-de-sac in some places. They don't allow for this type of further development. But I think we took it about as far as we could with the developer as far as trying to provide additional traffic patterns within that development by requiring the gridded plan. And by doing that, they lost, I don't know how many lots, 17 or 18 lots or so.
So correct me wrong, is the traffic pattern only coming out on 471?
No, so yeah, no, so they all go to Providence, and then the streets that come through, we'll bring it up so you can see it.
So there's 3 exits towards Providence, so 1, 2, 3, and then there's 1 exit on 471.
Right. Well, just on the copy that got sent out, there was a line there, so, my limited architectural.
Yeah, sorry, there is an exit on the 471 side, and then there's those other exits that go this way. And the 471 side, I'm fairly certain they were limited to one exit because that is a state-controlled roadway.
Commercial properties will come out also in that one exit and entrance as well.
No, the commercial, you can see they have access to 471. They also have access to go through on Providence. They can cut through the community and go, right. But we reckon, traffic's a problem. I know the city council has had a lot of discussion about what we're trying to do about traffic, and this was, I think, the lesser of two evils.
Well, I know y'all don't have an easy job by any stretch of the imagination, but I will want to point out one thing on the things that you put up there, Mayor, and maybe I misunderstood it, but on that Simple City or whatever that thing was talking about, you have a place to sleep and you have a place to live. Well, I live where I sleep. And, I don't want to sleep in some place. This is my life and we live here, so I don't really agree with if that's how I interpreted that concept that was up there. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, but I think it's not that everybody's against it, we're just trying to figure out what's the best way to go about approaching this to make things work. So again, I live and I don't sleep just here. Thanks.
Just clarification again, if you need my number or city council's number, they are on there, and we would be happy to have that discussion with you. You would ask some questions about what was meant by that, even though I can't address it here.
I understand.
I'd be happy to address that.
Thank you.
So you cannot answer questions then, or not?
Staff can give you, I'm sorry, I know it's confusing. Staff can give you clarifications. When you speak during the public hearing, staff can give clarifications. City council can't have interaction with you. But staff can give clarifications.
So when can we ever in a meeting have back and forth with the council?
You don't. You have it before.
Wow.
Yeah.
Workshop.
Well, yeah. No, you can't do it during the workshop either. We had asked for that. We had asked for public hearings where we could have back and forth like that, and we have not found a legal way to do that. And so just trying to keep that open. Again, you can have the conversation all day long with us outside of the meetings. Individually, you can't collectively because that creates a walking forum, but you can. But if you have concerns, you can address them here. Staff can give you clarifications.
Valerie Gunman, 218 Alvina Street. I also own a home here on 512 Fair Street. That's another story for another day, and I will come back to that. You and I, Mr. Mayor, have had discussions. I'm waiting for you to get back to me. It's been probably since you're mayor. Am I right? Can't answer, right? Okay. All right, let's talk about transparency for a minute. I'm not going to say it tonight, but I am going to bring it up another night of a discussion the mayor and I had. And how some things went on between council people that were extremely unethical. And we know what I'm talking about. And I'm not going to say it tonight because I'm going to make sure that live stream camera's working when I say it. Because what's going on is very sad to me. It's very sad. It's an emotional issue to me because I'm glad I don't have just 3 minutes. I'm sorry if I'm going to get lengthy. As you know, Mr. King, you probably know, and the rest of you know, if I've said it before, my dad was Mayor Pro Tem and City Councilman, Mr. Ryder, you probably know, my dad tried many years on council, prided himself on everything. If he's no longer with us, if he would see what's going on, that's why my brother can't take it. And I'll tell you this, and maybe I've said this before, on my dad's deathbed, he made my brother leave. Mom said he never went for council because he knows how this crap goes. He can't take it. He did not want my brother to do that. And it's really sad. Because the transparency that you intend to give us is not there. and you know it. We've had a discussion, and you know it, right, Ms. Martinez? She knows what I'm talking about, and I am gonna bring it up at another meeting. This whole charade with this land property, what's the purpose of sending those 68 letters that came back? Why did we do that?
We're following state law.
Okay, protocol. So it serves no purpose. You know what, I've done things like that. It takes a lot of people's time. And people are busy, and so it serves no purpose. Really.
It's required by state law, so we're following state law. Okay.
I heard you.
Okay.
It's purposeless. So why don't you put on there, we don't really care what you think, but it's required by state law, because that's what you just told me. Another thing, and I've never been on a council, but I've told you guys before, my husband served on school board and as president for 10, 12 years. And I lived the life of that. I know what it's like. And I had little kids at the time, and it wasn't pleasant for him to be gone all the time. And it's not fun making hard decisions, so I know what you guys are doing. But the best thing you can do is have our best interest in mind, not a developer. I don't care who's a lawyer. I don't give a darn. You are not having our best interest in mind, and I think you're well aware of that. And I don't appreciate it. I bet they don't either. And another thing, I was going to say this for another time. There's a couple of you, one in particular, that have said, oh, the mob is coming again tonight, or the tribe, the group. You know what? I want to tell you, a couple of years ago, when the Tardy Hotel fiasco started, that organically got a group of people together. It was organic. We didn't say, oh, let's all have a texting group and get together. No, it organically happened. Some of these people I did not even know. I knew faces. I got to know them now. We happen to be on the same page. That's why we're happy to be here. There. We're not a group, okay? Got it, Mr. Mers? Thank you. Appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Dyer, for being a voice of reason and common sense. We need wisdom. We need an older person with wisdom on this board. Thank you for that. And one more thing.
Yes.
Your body language when we're sitting out here means a lot to us. It means a lot. You can pretend you're listening, but you sure don't know about it. And you know what? I've never been involved in politics in my life. I just started coming to this stuff when the Hardy Hotel thing began because my mom lived across the street. We've had to call the law several times. That finally got straightened out.
Can we please keep the comments to the public hearing? I'm sorry, this is a public hearing on a very specific topic. So
I understand.
Keep our comments.
You're correct. I've gotten off topic. You're right. And I apologize for that. But let's remember why we're here as council people. I wouldn't want your job, and my brother sure as hell don't want your job.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak during the public hearing?
Hello, my name is Liz Rubio. I live at 232 Main Street. I've been living here for 14 years, and I've enjoyed the empty property lot. I know that's not your fault if they sold it or anything like that. But I just want to say, I hope y'all overlooked or did not overlook the security. Making a neighborhood like that has a higher percentage of crime rate and drugs. And that is my concern, because I'm single. I have great neighbors. I'm not going to enjoy the new neighborhood coming into my backyard. And so I hope y'all are prepared for drugs and crime in the future. Maybe it might be in 10 years. I heard Councilman David Mertz about your children. So in the future, I hope you take a good look of having a developer bringing in homes really close like that. I mean, I can't believe how many homes are going to be built 35 acres. I just, all I'm seeing is crime, that's what I'm seeing. And I think it's gonna bring the value down of the city. A city that I moved to, that I really appreciated, I really love getting here. And I know, yes, we have to go with growth and a gradual growth, a slow growth. But to have somebody build homes like that is just, yeah, I'm not gonna feel as safe as I used to.
Uh,
But that's all I gotta say for right now. Thank
Will
you.
you give clarification on the?
Yeah, I will a little bit. So, to my knowledge, there's no linkage between crime and density. There is linkage between crime and socioeconomic status and education. The houses that are being proposed, it's going to be a custom home builder. His entry level home was 350. The top end's 650, 750 range. Does that sound about right? So I respectfully, I don't believe that this development is going to bring crime. The concern, no more or less than we experience today in that regard. Now, we are concerned as a community, I think, and staff and everyone else about just the growth of Bexar County this direction. We know our school district's dealing with more incidents of other issues. I won't call them crime issues, but just behavioral related issues, et cetera, as they grow. And as the community, I think, loses that rural identity, and it sucks. It's no fun at all. What we've done with this development agreement is try to ensure that the developer is making a significant enough contribution that they are incentivized to continue to improve the homes and the type of homes they're putting on the ground, because they're going to be out of pocket a considerable amount of money just to do the off-site drainage, let alone what's going to be required on the property itself, and that's all the streets and the giving up the lots, et cetera. As I stated, this was not the city just accepting what the developer brought forward. There was a lot of negotiation that went back and forth to end up where we are. And I think, hearing the concerns we've heard tonight, it's good to have that input. Also, hopefully, one of the things that's being taken away by those who are listening is that there are certain rights that the developer has. There's certain rights that a landowner has that put the city, at risk as far as the development and the quality of that development and what could have happened versus what we have caused to happen through this agreement. I think that's as much as I should elaborate at that point. Anybody else?
One more time. Don Lloyd, 207. Speaking about the drainage, Scott, my understanding that they're going to come on the back side of Country Village, where is that Alsatian Oaks, or what is that?
No, we'll pull it up right here. So there's 2 drainage improvements. There's really 3 that are planned as part of this development. There are 2 off-site, or actually, I'm going to actually say 4 because there's 2 different ports. So the first one is this one. This is the Country Village drainage that was put in, I think, about 20 years ago, and it's silted in.
So
Yeah.
is that the drainage towards the development or back towards what I would
No,
call the Luby House?
it's back towards Luby House, so it's in between. It runs behind most of Country Village, in between the new one and the old one,
Right.
the estates and the old one. So that will be improved at the developer's cost. Then, if you want to move to the second one, this kind of has 2 components. So there's the Provident Avenue improvements. So there'll be stormwater collection improvements along Provident Avenue. And then I kind of break this up in 2 because there's another improvement that will take place across the street across 471. That'll have to be improved. And then there's the on-site improvements. And there's one in that corner where the green dot is, where the Provident kind of, that would be the southwest corner of the development. There'll be some drainage improvements in that area. And then there's on-site drainage, and that's that big kind of, we're trying to make it look park-like, but it's in the north. No, I'm talking about the north east corner. And that's just an attempt to improve what's there. It has to be drainage, but if we're going to have drainage there, then the council is like, let's make it pretty, or as pretty as possible. So that's why you see some benches and trees and whatnot.
So with that, I brought this up in the planning committee. Our drainage in Castroville, according to the guys who redid the streets in Country Village, it's non-existent because the sediment, just like what we're saying, has gotten higher than the street, so there's no drainage. So if we don't do something to control erosion going in, if they're just gonna come in and grade it and bulldoze it, we're gonna be in the same problem that we're at now in 20 years. So I'm proposing that we make sure that there's some type of hard surface drainage to slow that erosion down and carries it on down, not just dirt. Because that's where we're at right now in some of the drainages in Country Village. The drainage is filled in with sediment, so it doesn't drain, so all the streets go there. If we don't do it correctly,
you're going to back where you are 20 years from now. And it's just a fact of the matter. We've got a lot of bar ditches that have to be maintained now. That final design hasn't been approved, submitted, any of it. So it's still being worked on. I hear what you.
Get it on point, but we need to make sure if this thing passes, as it seems going to happen possibly, that we make sure that drainage isn't just bulldozed out and, going down the road in 10, 20 years, he's somewhere else building another subdivision and we're stuck with what we got.
No, I hear you. Thank you.
I'm still not clear about, and maybe you can be honest with this. What did we gain, or what was the back and forth between the developer? What did we give up and what did we gain?
Well, they got,
Go back to this slide.
I'm still not clear as to why we had to agree to 8,000 square foot lots. I don't understand.
well, so it's part of our, that's where I keep kind of coming back to, is part of our ordinances. You're right, Bruce was right earlier, when it does have to be something that's brought up, it's something that can be asked for. But it is in our ordinance to be allowed to be asked for. And in our PUD ordinance, we do allow for lot sizes smaller than 12,000 square feet.
But some of that land was in Castroville city limits.
That's correct, yes.
So why couldn't we have dealt with that differently?
Because that land that was in city limits was residential land. We wanted that, the city requested for that frontage to be commercial, so we were already having that.
Why would you do that?
Because the taxes that you gain from having commercial up front.
So it's about the money, I got it.
Well, it's about reducing your tax. It's about reducing your tax burden. You understand? No. Well, Valerie, it's true.
It's true. So the taxes that you
Can
gain
you
from
imagine
commercial.
the traffic trying to get in and out of whatever, I'm sorry, I'm not, don't mean to remember. Trying to get out of whatever commercial that will be on 471. And I didn't quite understand when you brought up the slide with the Providence Street and how they can get out through on Providence. Where do they go from Providence?
Well, Providence exits out to 93.
And 71, and where on 90?
Well, there's limited. I said earlier, it's the lesser of two evils. There's really limited, like, transportation planning you can do with that plot of land. That's what that looks like. How are you going to get them out? What are we going to do? Look at Country Village and how it's built and all the backyards back up to it. Ideally, there would be a north-south road. If there had been more planning in the past when Country Village went in, and there had been the allowance, if you will, for the continuation of a north-south road, that would have been ideal. That would have been great, because that would have been an alternate route to 471 and all that. But yeah, you can't do that. So what are we stuck with? Well, you've got that drainage lot, and I know that there's at least one person that kind of talked about, well, we could try to put a road on the drainage lot. I don't think that works. It's something, I just don't think that's going to work. But what does work, or what we could do, is require this gridded pattern, which is in the proposed plat that's in the yellow down below, a couple slides down below. But it connects. So initially, it was just going to be one road. Came off of 471 and went in and made a loop. That's what the developer wanted to put in. What the city went back with was, no, we want you to create a gridded pattern that's similar to what you see elsewhere in Castroville, but also allows for more in and out. Again, that's not, what sells are cul-de-sac houses. That's what developers will tell you. Like everybody wants to live on a quiet cul-de-sac street, but that's not what's best for transportation. So traffic was in mind. It's not a great solution, but it's the best solution we could come up with, given the property, its location, and all the other constraints around it, including topography, drainage, and the existing development, the existing built environment around it.
So, if I'm reading the agenda correctly, are y'all voting on this tonight?
Yes.
Yes. So, we've got all these letters, and I don't expect anybody to read through them, unfortunately, all the time they put into it. To take into account, is there a way you can vote no?
It is all a process. There's nothing that is a done deal. It's all a process. I'm sorry, because I thought it.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a vote. So votes, you have yeses and nos, and yeah.
Can I ask a question for my dear Scott?
Yeah.
So, I'm already in 207 something. So, coming out from Providence, going on to Highway 90, is there some way that we have an idea what that traffic pattern is going to look if they're trying to come out on Highway 90?
So
The safety issues?
So whenever they do the plat, that plat has to also go through TxDOT, and TxDOT controls Highway 90, and they also control 471. So TxDOT will have, they will be able to see the traffic patterns coming out of this neighborhood and make requests upon that. So if there's a reason why, I'm not sure what that looks like, but if they think that there's a higher standard that needs to be met to safely get those people across, that's TxDOT's call. Those aren't our roadways, so we have to rely on TxDOT to give that.
They don't need TxDOT. They do need it for 471, but not for Providence.
Yeah, but Providence, but they, I think that they asked for the traffic patterns that go out on 90s, but not.
Yeah, because it's going, Providence connects directly to 471.
Yeah, no, they do.
Do they have control of it? I'm sorry.
I don't know how much control they're going to have, but anyway, the short answer was yes. That all gets looked at. Now, how much planning and engineering can go into that tract of land when it comes to traffic? You're very, very limited.
Well, the thing that I look at is the safety aspect. I mean, you already know the 471's a wreck. They come from that way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a wreck once a week. And then they try to come across the traffic pattern in Highway 90.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's a wreck. So
Well,
I mean, we're kind of creating a monster for ourselves if we don't do something.
There's already, so TxDOT's well aware of that. There's already improvements planned, and they've been in the works for about 2.5 years. I've been here about 3.5, so about from a year after I got here, they started working on the 471 and 90 intersection. So that's pretty well planned at this stage. I don't know when it's actually going to let and be built, but I think TxDOT, that's all in TxDOT's purview. All right.
Can you clarify for him the difference between what could happen, what we have control over, and what we don't? So doing the juxtaposition of what is allowed in the county.
Well, if we're talking about TxDOT and TxDOT roadways, TxDOT controls access to their roadways.
The next request.
So yeah, we're getting what she's talking about, but I still think the big picture there is safety concern as we as citizens and potential citizens trying to come across there.
Yeah.
So now I'm gonna add to that, so now they come through Country Village, a hauling butt, because they stop at that light, and this is probably some of this, and the cops have been doing a good job. So they stop at the light, and they sit there and traffic's all the way back up past the 471, and so they turn down Alpena, they turn down Creek, they turn down May, and they run those stop signs, and then they go fast down Country Village and make a right. They're unimpeded, they're not slowed down anywhere, so you're gonna add more traffic pattern to that if I see that.
You're right. And that's all stuff that's being considered by TxDOT. That's all, we're trying to figure out what the best way to handle that. But what goes into the balance of all of this is, again, what's permissible, what would have just happened on its own, versus what we can do to try and control the growth and ensure that it is quality development, that you do have nice houses, that you do have an area that people are, it doesn't hurt your home values, that sort of thing. So that's what this, we hope reflects. That's what, that we tried to shoot for the best outcome possible. And that's, I understand. There's,
Well, you know.
the best way to control it is someone to buy it.
But just trying to look and see here, you know, to me, I think people have, and I don't know the name of the subdivision, but the subdivision that's over there back behind Sam's is here. To me, that's a subdivision that mixes in with our culture, everything that we have. And I think what people are in their minds thinking is these are gonna be very small houses, although they may be big, but they're on a small lot size from the standpoint, and we don't have anything that right now, other than what's being built on the other side of Walmart within the city limits.
Yeah.
And I think that's the shock, you know, that you've got a house or a subdivision that's going in right next to you that looks like that compared to one that is 12,000 square feet. So it's a hard pill to swallow.
Understood.
You know?
Understood.
Okay, I'm gonna ask for any further comment, we stick to testimony, which is the point of the public hearing. I do understand that we've engaged in some commentary and clarification with city staff, but the purpose of this is testimony, not a,
Dialogue.
let me get all of my questions answered situation. It's to give commentary to council so that they can make an informed decision on the item.
My question is, what happens if you vote no, and the council votes no? What happens with the, no?
Some of that we don't know. I mean, honestly, some of that I don't know where it would lead. They've already annexed in, so that locks them in to certain things. But
you, as I understand, you can vote no tonight. Is that correct?
that's correct. Yeah.
Well, I asked you. I live in that area. I don't know Venus Street. I asked you to please vote no. Live by the golden rule. Do unto others what you would want them to do to you.
Do you want me to start? Oh, sorry. When you're ready, we can.
The public hearing.
Yeah, no. We're going to read the comments before you close the. All right. Is that all right? Do you want me to read them? You sure?
These are comments that came. These are comments that came through the notice that was sent out. People responded back. Okay. And you have the other email comments that we sent in as well.
Just the ones that were sent to me, so yeah.
Mr. Mayor, it seems like most of this discussion has really been about items 14 and 15,
right,
as opposed to the items 11 or 12 and 13, which is basically the question, do we want to change these two lots that are on 471 from residential to commercial? That's what we're supposed to be discussing. But it seems like we're discussing the next items, which is the PUD overlay, which we haven't even gotten to yet.
That's right.
So the basic issue here is the symbol.
Okay.
Thank you.
But the one that was sent out, we sent out for both zoning request and PUDs.
Yes, that's correct. And this is just for the zoning because that's the public hearing we're on. And there was a question, or people were confused about sending the letters back at the planning and zoning meeting. They did state, like, in order to be on record, please complete and return this form, but I understand that it was not clear, that they didn't understand that in order to be on record. And that's just so I can verify that it is within that 200-foot radius, because that's what qualifies as supermajority. So that's why we asked for them to be returned prior to the start of the meeting, because I do have to verify that that's that it's within those 200 feet and not just somebody from the county sending a letter in. So just wanted to clarify that. Okay, Rockland Enterprises in opposition, 2 small lots, will sewer handle flow, drainage issues, road congestion. Rockland Enterprises in opposition. Growth.
Growth.
Sorry. Rockland Enterprises, 2 small lots, will sewer handle flow, drainage issue, road congestion. Growthland Enterprises in opposition, 2 small lots, will sewer handle flow, drainage issues, road congestion. Growthland Enterprises in opposition to 2 small lots, will sewer handle flow, drainage issues, road congestion. Let's see, Leon Jr. and Kathy Shearhart in opposition. Okay. We would like to start off by saying that we are not opposed to a subdivision being developed on the proposed property, but we do have concerns in regards to what has been approved to this point and would appreciate your consideration in this matter before final approval. List below are our concerns. Main concern is the lot size. We understood that the proposed lots are an average of 8,000 square feet, which is 4,000 square feet less than any minimum lot size in Country Village and other subdivisions in Castroville. We have done the math and allowing 8,000 versus 12,000 square foot lots for a difference of approximately 40 more homes in this subdivision, which means that they are very dense and close together with minimal side setbacks, which is very concerning. Drainage easement. According to the plat we received, there is a 10-foot drainage easement on the north side of Block A, which will run directly behind some of the 7 lots to include ours. We were wondering how this will affect the lots in the area and who will be maintaining that easement. Traffic on 471 North and Providence Street. How will this be resolved with all the new homes and commercial property? Water. We are already in stage 3 and it's only May. How will approximately 120 more homes plus commercial property not affect us even more? Electrical. The plat points out the existing 10-foot wide utility easement along the southern edge of Country Village. This will be used by the new subdivision for their electrical, etc. And if so, how will this work? And will our lots that border this end up with transformers in our backyards? As children of one of the original developers of Country Village, and knowing all the restrictions that were non-negotiable for them, we are amazed to say that at least what the city of Castroville negotiated and approved thus far. Is this really the precedence we want to set going forward? Carl Schumann and Michelle Schumann in opposition. Our property backs up to this development, and I completely disagree having 3 homes between our property line. These homes will decrease the value of my property. Carl Schumann and Michelle Schumann in opposition. Our property backs up to the development, and I completely disagree having 3 homes between our property line. Those homes will decrease our property value. Shelley Ginn in opposition. Small lots will decrease the value of my home and other Country Village homes. Finley Cartwright in opposition. Ralph and Linda Weimer in opposition. I'm sorry? Wynn. Lots are too small. Family housing should have ample room for activities. Troy Malden in opposition. Harold and Mary Alice Owens in opposition. Too small of space for 120 homes, too close together, no privacy. Where are the roadways to accommodate at least 200 extra vehicles? Will these have already reside in village subdivision, be able to entry to handle the extra traffic? With these 120 homes, please, plus all of the others yet to come, do we really have the adequate resources, water, sewage, etc.? Vincent and Donna Paredes in opposition. Desi and Yvette Gonzalez in opposition. Kenneth DeFrias in opposition. The city should maintain current ordinance. Traffic on 471 and people cutting through on Village Path is bad enough now. Chuck and Estella Here's in opposition. Concerns. How are the people in the home going to access from their homes, 120, to Highway 471 and Highway 90? 2, our street Village Path is now being used as a thoroughfare each morning and evening off of 471 and as a bypass to Highway 90. 3, here are There are no speed limits on Village Path, so speed is a factor. 4, we currently have Medina Valley School buses picking up students on Village Path. Thank you for your consideration. Linda and John Grin, in opposition. Traffic concerns on 471 and Highway 90. Drainage concerns, lot sizes for houses too small, as should be 12,000 square foot. Nathan Griggs, in opposition. Lot size against subdivision regulations, increased demand on water and sewer. Traffic increase cannot be handled by existing roadways. KW Griggs, in opposition. This will devalue all existing surrounding residents due to the out-of-ordinance lot sizes. The city of Castroville has had lot size ordinance of 12,000 square feet, and everyone here has had to work hard and follow all ordinances. Now the city is letting any developer come in and do what they want and ruin all existing residences, land, and properties. Hard-earned properties, sorry. KW Griggs, in opposition. The city should stick to the original lot ordinance of 12,500 square foot lots, just as all existing residents have done. Stop letting big money developers come in and push you around. Diana Balsadna, in opposition. Kylie Jean, in opposition. Against decreasing minimum lot size for new development. Also do not want roads to connect to Country Village. Don.
Lloyd.
Is that?
Lloyd.
It looks longer. So, Salon Blanc?
What?
It's 128 Village Path. In opposition. Sorry, I can't read the last name. Salon Blanc? Don Lloyd, in opposition. 1, traffic. 2, lot size, not per city ordinance. 3, drainage. Kelsey, Zotyka, in opposition. I'm not in agreement for these homes being built. That is a prime lot for Castroville and should be used for other amenities for the locals. Please keep the Country Village community in mind when making decisions. Elizabeth Rubio, in opposition. Too many homes in the area, too much traffic. Maybe you should consider bringing major corporations that pay money so the some do not have to drive into San Antonio. This building homes is making Castroville not a small town feel. I had moved here 15 years ago for that reason, and now this big fat no. Cord and Kelsey, Mummy, in opposition. We are not in favor because the lot sizes are smaller than traditional size Castroville lots. Debbie Rice, in opposition. Lot sizes are too small. Houses would be only a few feet apart. Lot sizes of 12,000 minimum to match surrounding area would be more appropriate. Mary Abbott, in opposition. No room for emergency vehicles to access. 2, need bypass to accommodate congestion already for Highway 90 and FM 471. Can't handle current congestion at peak hours. Notes written on May 21st, 5:45. Need slower speed zone already on 471 North. Currently is 40 miles per hour into town to Highway 90 light. When congestion is not present, speeding is already a problem on 471 to and from the light at Highway 90. As I'm writing this, a wreck happened in front of our house in 471 entrance to Bill Motors. A month occurrence. Need to reroute large 18-wheeler truck traffic to allow for 200 cars that will be added to the small congested area with not enough access already or room on the road. Noise level from these trucks and increased traffic and constant horn honking is already too high. 5, where will the work/construction vehicles materials park while on the months of building is going on? Again, if there is an emergency, how will the emergency vehicles get through? They already can't get down 471 at peak times. Marilyn Cherry, in opposition. I wonder how many city council member or mayor would like this subdivision with small lots and houses in their backyard. What happens to Castroville restrictions? Absolutely no commercial property should be allowed. Major traffic problem already. Trevor and Courtney Mangold, in opposition. Claire Tondre, in opposition. I believe it is too many houses in one small area. My house alone would have 3 houses in my backyard, there are already a huge increase of traffic on 471, and adding to that would be problematic for many people. I am not in favor of this addition. Tracy Hole, in opposition. Traffic on Highway 90 and 471 North is already congested. With more businesses planned at these commercial lots, it would be terrible and dangerous. Francis J. and Helen Lutz, in opposition. Francis J. and Helen Lutz, in opposition. Francis J. Lutz and Helen Lutz, in opposition. Francis J. and Helen Lutz, in opposition. Francis J. Lutz, in opposition. This is awesome. Francis J. Helen Lutz, in opposition.
They own quite a few lots.
Yeah, okay, and then,
Real quick, how many were in opposition at the P&Z meeting?
12.
12.
Uh-huh.
So we received an additional 26. You said 38 total now?
No, this one had, 39.
39. So no additional 27 that P&Z didn't have, but we have tonight. All right, I just want to clarify that for you all.
Okay, and then I have, it's one letter, but multiple people signed it, so I'm gonna read the letter and then I'll read the signatures at the end. Okay, RE public hearing notice for zone change for planned unit development. As citizens living in Country Village adjacent to the intended subdivision, we are opposed to a zoning change for the planned unit development PUD for this subdivision. There are multiple reasons. One, traffic is already terribly congested on 471. Adding more traffic coming into this already congested, dangerous situation will not be good for the citizens of Castroville and the neighborhoods. The traffic on Main Street in front of our home of people cutting through the neighborhood because of frustration and waiting is already terrible. Vehicles pass through at higher rates of speed. This development adding to the increased traffic problem will only increase the amount of traffic in front of our home. Further intensifying the traffic issue is the extreme density currently proposed for the subdivision with lot sizes of 8,000 square feet. At the very least, lot size of 12,000 square feet per the current state of Castroville code would help reduce density and create more favorable living environments for the residents of that neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhood. While traffic will still be adversely affected, a lot size of 12,000 square feet and fewer homes will be better than the proposed 8,000 square feet. Drainage is not good and will only be exacerbated by the density of the subdivision. Poor drainage affects the 471 traffic conditions as well as homeowners and businesses across from 471. Drainage within and through the Country Village subdivision will also be adversely affected. The homes and roads around the area of drainage within the subdivision will feel the effect from increased water adding to an already poor drainage situation. 5. Green space needs to be appropriate in type and amount to create a healthy living environment for the community itself and surrounding it. A retaining pond with the primary purpose of trying to solve the drainage problem is not an appropriate green space for the enjoyment of the community. 6. Over the past few years, there have been a noticeable difference in reduction in water pressure in Country Village. Adding an additional subdivision at the proposed density will only aggravate a problem that is already developing. 7. The recent community meetings regarding the vision of Castroville and supporting growth in a positive way are exciting. Is a subdivision at this density truly supporting that vision for the entirety of Castroville? Is the new vision only for the historic district or all of Castroville? We do not support a zone change for the planned unit development for the subdivision and feel more thoughtful consideration needs to be given to what is planned for this area. And it says, thank you, Mickey and Jackie Anderson. Thank you, Hal and Polly McCormick. Thank you, Norman and Angie Watson. And thank you, Alice Bain. And then I have one more. This is from Robert Lee. The development between Country Village and Commercial Strip fronting 90 is going to create a forever trouble spot in the mornings as there is no convenient way to go east on 90. You either stop up on one of the streets that connects Providence to 90 and try to cross to the center lane and to go east, or you try to enter the stream coming down 471 to the 90 light by the bridge. That intersection is already backed up in the morning for people wanting to turn left onto 90. The only other option is to exit on 471 to the right and turn back through Country Village to go to the light at Country Lane and 90. You already have complaints of cars going through Country Village to avoid the 471 and 90 intersection. Want to add that? There's an empty lot that fronts Village Path to the northeast corner of this proposed development that might be used as an entry exit and take vehicles to the light at 90. And would make an orderly flow and keep traffic out of the majority of Country Village. Otherwise, approval of this development would create a sore spot from now on. stamp copy. That's it.
Did you read the final recommendation that he sent also?
I did not.
Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, okay,
Give me 1 second.
I mean, should not leave a copy on the thing.
No, actually, it's just like this here. His recommendation was to do a,
This would be the only way to handle it, so I wasn't aware of the city on this until a few minutes ago. Really should be a requirement for the developer to solve or help pay for solving.
yeah, he was saying, like, he was saying that, the drainage easement, using the drainage easement road to Country Path was his recommendation.
Yes. Yeah, it was in there.
So,
Yeah.
all right. So we're gonna close the public hearing. We have nothing else to cover in the public hearing next? Okay, we'll close the public hearing at 9:03.
Mayor, I didn't ask for a brief recess.
Okay. We'll take a recess at 9:03.
The storm fixed to be here.
Here?
Yeah. Hey, all that stuff's for sale now.
This is gonna be suffer.
It was free when we was doing the other, now it's for sale.
Sarge, put it on that computer. It's okay.
I should have made it heavier. Oh, my last one was 10 pages. This would be even worse. My last meeting on what they saw tonight was 10 pages, and that was last year. That's the hard part. Yeah. And it won't come up. I feel like real comfortable with it. Well, I thought about texting Cindy, but as soon as she started. Mom was doing said, you know what?
They got an attorney here. You can talk to her.
Are we waiting for the attorney?
There's a, grab it. Yeah.
500, 550.
You are really good with me. Okay, these are a little heavier than the cupcakes the other day, but they're not heavy enough, are they?
You're gonna damage this whole furniture?
I appreciate that. We have damaging property in the city of Castroville.
Yeah.
You know, still welcome. Thank you. I hope that if City Hall gets remodeled and we get new council chambers,
You want cup
that
holders?
the new one will also be the city of Castroville.
We'll try. We'll try.
There's there one that says Castroville?
The stickers here that say that, do they not all say that?
What's that?
There's a little sticker here that says that the dais is the property of the city of Castroville.
Oh, that.
O-R.
I don't think you did that years ago. At least
I
you
love
should.
it.
Well, that's probably what our real name is. If you're ready.
Okay, we're ready? Okay, we are gonna reconvene at 9:14. Next item is consider and take appropriate action on a zone change request for approximately 35.168 acres located, northeast of the intersection of US Highway 90 East and 471 North. The current zoning of the property is RA, single-family dwelling district for approximately 35.168 acres. The proposed zoning for the property is a planned unit development district, with the underlying zoning C-E, East Commercial District for approximately 2.725 acres, and RA, single-family dwelling district for approximately 32.443 acres. Okay, so let's open this up to a little bit of, I want to open this up to questions from council. I feel like we really need to talk this through in listening to the people that have spoken for us. And I want to make sure that we get some clarifications from the developer. I think it'd be prudent to have them discuss what the purpose of the planned unit development would be.
We are just on site.
Sorry.
My plans.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Sorry. So, on the zoning change, why we'd asked for the commercial versus the residential? And what was the purpose of it?
Well, at the time, again, we were working on several different development agreements and the back and forth with the council. You asked me to clarify this for you all? At the time, kind of the direction was, as we look at these developments, we really need to make sure that a portion of it, some 10 to 20% of that should be commercial. And the reason for that was to ensure that we had a mix of property tax payers, understanding that, I can't remember, Mayor, your last kind of analysis of property tax, but between property and sales tax, Yeah, close to 70%, well over 60 or 65% minimum. When you look at the split between residential and commercial, is coming from commercial. So residential, no matter how much emphasis you put on making sure that there's a high design in the beginning and that they're nice homes, etc., over time, nationally, on average, they do not keep up with the cost of inflation. And so what you have to do is to create a mixed economy. And primarily here, we're a retail city, so there's just not a lot of industrial or light industrial or any of that. So in these developments, I think that was at least that's staff, if you will, interpretation of the policy that council was setting forth at the initiation of not just this discussion, but multiple discussions that were happening around the same time period.
Excuse me. There was a question about, there's a question about follow the money. We're trying to be responsible with the citizens' money. So anything that we're looking at, regardless of what it is, we're trying to make sure that we're doing the right thing financially for the city. Sorry, I shouldn't have done for the chips. Sorry, there was a question about following the money. The money doesn't come to us. We don't get any benefit out of this. We get challenges. And so we are trying to follow the money and trying to be very responsible. The reason that we've looked at smaller lots is the cost of maintaining the streets. We have looked at that absolutely. I'll hit that straight on. We have looked at trying to create a higher degree of, I'm getting too far off track. It's hard to talk about these separately because it is one thing. Okay, so for the zoning specifically, we had asked them, they proposed to us one entrance right there with a thing around about the, just one big cul-de-sac. All of it would come out of 471. We said, we'd like you to take a look at it, doing it slightly different. And part of that was the commercial at the front, additional entrances and exits. And that was a part of it. That's why the zoning is coming up to requests like that.
So the feedback that I think I heard, at least tonight, was, well, commercial is going to be a problem. I mean, it's going to think about all those cars coming in and out of that commercial onto 471. I don't know. We haven't seen a traffic impact analysis or study, and we don't know what type of commercial will be there and how. What is the volume? Is it similar to, what hours are they open? That sort of thing, because all that impacts how much traffic you're going to actually see. But I think
they have to do that anyway because that is a TxDOT road. They have to pass that through TxDOT.
There will be a TI, there'll be a traffic impact analysis, I believe, as part of that entrance. I believe.
Any curb cuts onto the highway system, they've said.
Yeah, the issue is there is an existing driveway there. And it's because it was a residential house that was more or less situated at that location. I don't know if we overlay it, if it's again, that's a TxDOT process I'm not that familiar with. You can see it's kind of off center, so maybe because they're going to move it, et cetera, TxDOT will have some additional leeway. Either way, there probably will be a traffic impact analysis. But be that as it may, I think those concerns are valid. It's just which trumps. Would you rather have all residential, which is what the developer wanted originally, which has its own traffic issues and concerns, or do you want to have the tax benefit and that balanced revenue stream, thinking 20, 30 years from now, if you make it commercial? And I think that's what this zoning request boils down to, without oversimplifying it.
Were we also hoping that they would put in some service type commercial and therefore people can walk?
Speaking your microphone.
Excuse me, my recollection is that I think we were also hoping, because this is about cobblestone time, and we were hoping that there'd be some additional commercial that people could walk to. There'd be service type commercial versus just all residential in there. Therefore, instead of people having to drive somewhere, they could just walk to those. And realize you can't dictate what goes in there, but that's, at least in my mind, I thought that was some of the discussion back then. Am I making that up?
No, but that's been part of what becomes a challenge is once you zone something commercial, it opens it up to all of the categories that are in commercial.
Right.
Unless you get kind of cutesy with it in the development agreement and you specify these businesses, these industries. We didn't do that. in part because it's just very difficult for someone to agree to a specific business when they really didn't want commercial to begin with. It's a residential developer, so tying them to some specific type of commercial would have been probably a request too far, right? But certainly the other policy that has been discussed is this concept. And when we looked at the larger developments like Alsatian Oaks, and we looked at the northern route and where it was going to go, the Alsatian, it ties to Alsatian Boulevard and all that, was proximity of services and other types of retail and commercial spaces that would be within walking distance, and trying to create not just a sea of houses, but intermixed commercial in there. And that was met with a lot of resistance, as you all recall. And I don't even, to this point, when I think separately about those other development agreements, ultimately the best we did was we worked with the traffic plan, we got some other concessions, but we never got the commercial as embedded into those developments as we wanted to, because again, primarily we're dealing with residential developers. So what we kind of compromised on was block breaks, length of blocks, walkability, trails, that kind of stuff.
So my other question is, one of the reasons that I'm getting so messed up on this is that we're talking about zoning it as a PUD before we talk about approving the PUD. Would it be appropriate for us to table this and talk about the PUD?
It's not about appropriateness. It's order of operations. I think it's whatever you want to do. If you want to open up another public hearing, talks about PUD and examine the PUD, and then come back and approve zoning, and then the PUD, you can do that. It's up to you.
Is to be approved first.
Yeah, it still has to be an order of operations where when you approve it, you approve the zoning and then the PUD. But
Only because there's a question if there was prohibited uses, and so we found in the development agreement that the prohibited uses for that commercial area is one, sexually oriented business, two, shops dedicated primarily to the sale of drug or tobacco paraphernalia, including vape shops, three, unlicensed massage parlors, four, flea markets, five, bingo halls, six, pawn shops, seven, payday lenders, seven, check cashing centers. So there is some prohibited uses right there, laid out in the development agreement.
Thank you.
Well, the nightmare also, you gotta look at, say, the Domino's goes in there, some tractor trailers that pull in and do delivery. Not gonna be very easy on with all the delivery trucks. Even if you get like a medical office or a doctor's office or what have you, you're gonna have big delivery trucks coming in. And it's gonna impact 471 and that insurance.
well, the nice thing is you have the.
Sorry, Herbert, we need to be recognized, so thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's right. So, Herbert, please.
Just talking about item number 13. Only the question of, do we approve rezoning the two lots that are on 471 from residential to commercial? To me, the issue is, if you look at Country Village, it comes right up to 471. Once you get to May Street, all the way around, houses are on 471, no commercial, except till you get around to the other side where the Iron House is.
Pitwell.
So,
Well, there's commercial up to it.
well, that's my point. I think the question that we're grappling with is, do we want to consider the distance from the houses on May Street back to the Napa store? Are we going to let that become commercial? Or are we going to say it should be consistent with Country Village, which is no commercials, houses right up to the highway? But the argument that Scott put out there about tax base is a valid argument. But we have some controls about what can go in there that would stop a lot of undesirable things. But this is not a new idea. When we considered the development agreement last September and the request for annexation, they were very clear that their intention was to make the two lots on 471, to ask for them to be changed to commercial. They couldn't do it then because we had to annex them first. But they knew that they were gonna submit them, and that's why it's the first item. And then the next thing's gonna be the PUD overlay, which I think we spent all night talking about. But this issue of 13, I only heard one letter that Brianna read where I thought I heard you say they were in opposition to any commercial on the front. I heard one letter out of the 39 that you read. I didn't hear it in any of the others.
Are those in response to, it looks like you have two sets of letters. So what are the two sets of letters in relation to?
This one's specifically the zone change, and then
Because
this
remember
one's specifically the planning and development.
Okay.
So the zone changes both the commercial and the planned unit development that goes behind it, of course.
No, I don't believe so. And we're only talking about these two lots.
No,
And the planning and zoning board recommended approval to us. There's only one letter of opposition that I heard. So I would be inclined to support the request to change these from RA to commercial for just those two lots. And then that has nothing to do with the next item on the agenda.
I just want to be clear, the item that they're responding to is on the letter, the 39, so there's 39 objections to the proposed zone change. The proposed zone change is identical to the language that you just read to introduce this item. So you can look at it as only one person mentioned commercial, but for whatever their reasons or what other bases were, all 39 of these objections were objecting to the language of the zone change. Whether that's the 2 acres that they're objecting to, or the 2 acres plus all this residential, we can't speculate.
The letter says that.
Unless it says directly, but all of them.
I would change my opinion. If the letter says that it's talking about zoning change, then we got a lot of people in opposition, and I don't think I can support it.
Yeah,
Scott's point, if I may just summarize, Scott's point is that they may not have realized that there was an option to look at both. So they may have been in opposition of both parts of it and just commented on the things that they were the most concerned about. So I think that if we would do something like that, it would be best to send it back out. If that,
we have to do it together. Again, it's notice with the exact same notice you read. That notice, are you for it or against it? 39 people responded. Only 12 responded by the time of the P&Z meeting. An additional 27 responded afterwards in opposition to that rezone request.
If the letter states that it's talking about the zoning change, then I'm in opposition to changing
And
the zone.
it's 39 out of how many?
It's 39 people.
Out of
who are
68.
not in favor of that. So that would be my.
I just want to clarify one thing. So the zone change is for a PUD overlay, because we have to do a PUD overlay, and then the underlying zoning is also almost 3 acres for commercial and the remainder is residential. So the zoning is also for the PUD. It's a PUD overlay for the zoning with the underlying zonings of each, the commercial and the residential. So
Yeah, we don't know what.
And I got a question for you. You stated earlier,
Uh-huh.
when we annexed the 36 acres in September,
Uh-huh.
we annexed them as RA.
Yes,
So everything's RA
yes,
from that date on.
yes.
So
So
we're
now-
not talking about changing the other lots. They're already RA. We're just talking about changing the two.
The commercial, but then also applying the PUD overlay to those RAs, which would give them the,
Smaller
It
lots.
allows
smaller
for the
lot
PUD
size.
plan to take effect.
yes, for the PUD plan to take into effect, yes,
The streets, the sidewalks, all the other aspects.
yeah.
the thing that gets me is if those were in response specifically to the PUD itself instead of the zoning change, then that would say, we don't want to PUD there at all. But what I heard in the responses was, it's the details of that PUD that they had an issue with. But that's speculation. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
So
heard that
but I don't,
overnight.
I don't know that you could separate out the zoning from the PUD details because we don't have full information on that.
Oh, yeah, I agree. If we're gonna talk about the next two items, I'm in opposition to the PUD too, based on the fact that there's massive opposition from all the people around there. Nobody's in favor of that.
Well,
But that's not what we're
That's not,
talking
yeah,
about.
that's not on this item. Mr. Carey.
When we were talking about the historic district overlay a while back, I do believe that there was evidence that if you did not get an 80%, or if you had more than 20% disapproval of the affected parties, that we could not make that an effective ordinance.
Okay.
And I don't know, that's a legal question, so I don't know if that applies to all ordinance changes or all zoning changes.
So, I mean, specifically in our ordinance, it specified that if there's more of a 20% or more protests, so the letters that's considered a protest, then it requires a supermajority. Not that it wouldn't go into effect at all,
So
but it requires a supermajority.
Thank you for clarifying. Yeah. I knew there was a trigger there.
That's four or five.
4 or 5, yeah.
Yeah. The other thing, it's just, again, kind of walk the line carefully between policy, which is your side, and providing factual information. The challenge with dealing with this type of policy and approval or disapproval is a lot of times when you kind of listen to the comments that are made, many of the people that are in opposition wouldn't have approved, appears, any development of that property. Like, the best thing would have been for the city to have bought that as a park, potentially. But of course, I don't know that that was ever an option either. What they sold that property for was, my understanding, the millions of dollars, or $1 million plus. And I don't think the city could have afforded to buy that for that purpose, right? But that's.
And I remember we did discuss this. What is the possibility of doing that and acquiring it for over $1 million? And we looked at the finances, and like, we had specifically looked at that, and we didn't feel like we had the support. We didn't feel like we had the money.
I don't recall that, but maybe.
I was gonna say, I think that is a fair bit of speculation. I think we only heard 2 or 3 people explicitly say that this needs to be a park or similar.
That's true. That's what I'm saying. But my point is, you don't know what.
Whether they would have approved any development at all is speculation.
Right.
Just as much as, well, maybe they would approve some other PUD plan.
Right.
Mayor, I wanted to also point out that we heard several times tonight and at the Planning and Zoning Commission that this was a done deal, that it was the contract was signed, and they were just, rubber stamping it. But I wanted to point out that the process is very clearly laid out in this ordinance in 2002, so none of us voted on it. And the process is that the applicant will have a pre-application conference with the city administrator and present a concept plan, and the plan will include a map of the site drawn to scale, topography for considerations on the site, a general layout proposal, the total acreage of the site, the total number of residential units proposed. At the pre-application conference, the city administrator and staff will offer initial comments and merits to the proposal. Then he was required to submit a change of zoning. And then the PUD must also be accompanied by the total number of dwelling units, total acreage, the character and size of recreational facilities, the minimum number or minimum total area of community open space. And then when the PUD plan is accepted as complete by the city, the Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a hearing. So that is specified by ordinance. The process is completely drawn out by ordinance. Nothing was done ahead of time. The contract that was signed was a contract between the developer and the city. You do this and we'll do that. That's it. And so I just wanted to clear that up because, we're all being stared at as if we're running around behind people's backs, and that's not the way it works. This is specifically laid out step by step by step in this ordinance, and we have followed it.
So the beginning part of that with the development agreement, I believe that the way that we approach that is if anybody wants to do a PUD, they have to do a development agreement. And part of that development agreement is annexation.
So you do this and I'll do that. That's the give and take that we were talking about earlier.
Yep, and so this is the final portion of that in that process, correct? Right. So we've gone through the proper process the way that we were supposed to. The question, is that exactly, that's the way that I remember it, but do we have that, the first portion of that detailed out, like what the timeframe are? Because we looked at this a year ago with the, what do you call it? Development agreement. It's really just trying to figure out what that process looks like, because that's a long process.
Mm-hmm. And that's part of the purpose of that development agreement policy that y'all are working on.
Right.
Phil has a comment.
Going back in recollection, as this was brought to us and discussed, if you had this at 12,500 acres, 12,500 square feet per lot, you'd have about 86. I'm just talking about the residential, not the commercial. I did a quick math thing, and I think it's 86 houses versus 120. I remember at the time, I had this thought process that big lots mean nice homes, except that's not the case in Castroville, because we have some big lots that have no really nice homes on them. And then at the time, our daughter bought a house up in Austin that's like on a 1/10 of an acre that cost $1 million. And I realized if the size of the lot isn't what made it. What I remember asking about this, and you telling us that this particular developer, again, the numbers we were looking at, 350 to 600,000.
Yeah, well, and I think those have gone up, but yes.
Yeah, but they were like, these are gonna be some pretty nice homes. And then also we were being told by many advisors that a lot of people don't want these big yards. They want nice homes, but not big yards. They want smaller yards, but nice homes. And so this was all floating through my mind as we were looking at this, the fact that you're going from 120 to excuse me, not 100, 120 to 86 homes. And I remember the original design was really screwed up. I mean, as far as getting traffic out, and it's a single point, all this. So these are the things that somebody asked the audience, well, why did the city get? Well, we were told at the time someone could go in there and put in mobile homes, literally. And there's nothing we could have done to stop it. And nobody wanted that. And I think that's what kind of, I know not the third part or the fourth part that belonged to the city, but the rest of it, they could have put what they wanted. And this is the Zinsmeyer property, right?
No, it's the Habe Shearhart.
Shearhart, excuse me. Sorry, Zinsmeyer, Shearhart, Habe's. So this is their land. They had the right to sell it. And they had somebody come to them and they said, listen, I can afford to do this if you guys can make this and I can make it work and we're going to put in these really nice homes. And that's kind of what was floating through my mind when we voted on this contract back a year plus ago. Because in my mind, I thought it was the best for the city to try to, again, work with a developer who was willing to work with us to give us a nice return on what we have. And that was kind of, again, you look at that, mobile homes versus something nice, a little bit increase in density, but it's not a big increase in density. You have a different option for people that want smaller lots versus larger lots. You have some really nice, expensive homes going in there. I mean, all in all, it just, and that's, again, that was what was focused in my mind back there a year when we voted on this.
Yeah,
That's it.
It's a real struggle because the reason that we went through these community meetings, these community processes, is to verify some of those. People talk about density, and this is just an open conversation. Again, this is not a done deal, but we need to have this conversation. What does density mean? Does it mean number of homes? Does it mean number of people per home? Does it mean number of trips per home? The way that the school district looks at it is they look at the price of the home and the size of the home, and they use, this is what they use for the demographics for additional schools, for elementary schools, for middle schools, for high schools. They use the demographics of who's going to be there. And so we haven't fully defined that, and that's the problem. 12,000 square foot lot, you can look in Castroville, around Castroville, all up and down. 12,000 square feet does not guarantee quality, but it's the unit of measure that people are comfortable with. And I have less of a struggle saying further east where people are already behind it, that they haven't come on board with this. The biggest fear that I have is taking somebody that's lived there for years, decades. They haven't been there generations, because Country Village was a new development a couple of decades ago. River Bluff was a new development a couple of decades ago. And so, but putting that right up against people that are already there, changing the standard completely before coming up with that agreement, it's really kind of difficult. So I think it's a tough spot.
And something, by the way, also, the other thing that went through my mind is some of the developments that were approved before I came on council. Westheim Village, there are lots in Westheim Village that are less than 12,500 square feet. There are lots, of course, we know that, Alsatian Oaks, there are lots there that are let. So it seemed like we were willing, previous councils were willing to put quality in front of these minimum lot sizes. And so that's kind of, again, what was going through my mind when we had these discussions a year ago.
And I want to get something clear, because I know this is going around, and the mayor and I discussed this the other day. The city does not dictate right off the bat the size of the lot. We do not. The developer comes to us and says, we want this size lots, because it's going around, especially with this property, that the cities said, this amount is 4,000 square feet. And the Shearharts are like, oh, why is the city making decisions? So we're having to do the misinformation that's out there. We're having to clarify. We do not dictate, yes, this will be this size and everything. So we got to clear up a lot of misinformation. As far as the commercial on the front side, I see problems getting in and out of there, knowing how narrow that road is. And I don't know, doesn't give me a warm fuzzy. And then on the back side where we say retention pond, I remember the discussion saying, oh, it was going to be a park with a connecting trail into Country Village. So, because I see the retention pond as health hazard, with all the flies, mosquitoes, and you got your snakes.
No, we need to keep with the zoning portion of it.
Okay.
I know, I keep going,
Well, it's all part of the zoning, because then it's with the size of the lots and what we're wanting to do, what we want to do with this PUD and everything. I have concerns.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and that's true, we all do, and I didn't respond to anybody in the audience, I responded to her. We do have concerns about this. We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing, that we're making the right considerations, that we're making the right trade-offs.
I had a few comments.
Yes, please, please.
Do we have a general idea of whether the commercial would be accessed from in the neighborhood or from 471?
It could be both. They can come off of, I mean, the way you've designed the street grid, people could be coming off of 90 to get to that commercial, right? And that's not desirable for that developer, right? But that's exactly what's happening to Country Village today. Customers are people coming off of 90 and turning through Country Village to get over to whatever shopping is on the Elvin Cone in that area, the haircut place, or they're just trying to get to further up 90. The same thing can happen in reverse. If they want to skip that turn, they can come and turn down one of these roads, get into that subdivision, and then go out that commercial drive that's right there. So it's going to be difficult to predict until it's on the ground and you see how it's being used. And I think some of that will be driven by what is there. Is it something that people are likely to walk to, as Phil alluded to earlier? That's going to depend on the type of establishment, right? Is it a dentist and a professional practice of some kind? If so, less likely to have people walk up. That's not really a walk-up type business usually. Not to say you can't, but not typical.
Well, I wanted to say that, kind of to Herb's point, a lot of this is already zoned residential. We're adding the PUD overlay, and then we're changing this piece over here to commercial. I think changing that piece over there to commercial makes a lot of sense. As opposed to more homes, commercial has different traffic patterns. it might generate more trips in a day, but most of those trips aren't at rush hour. Most people don't try to go buy eggs or go out to dinner during rush hour. They're gonna wait. So you can take some of those trips that land will generate anyway and move it to other parts of the day or spread it out, and you get less impact during the parts where we're most snarled up. I live right across the street from some commercial. Now, I don't know if that's gonna be a karate studio and a meat market, or a construction company, but we've never really noticed the difference in traffic of the houses to our left or the businesses to our right.
You didn't mention the daycare.
I have a sore spot about that daycare. I was on the wait list for a year, and then I got into a different daycare first.
Oh, sorry.
Sore subject.
Sorry
I'll admit there is traffic to get to the daycare, but that's all at rush hour as well. I feel like most of the complaints or concerns that we heard about this have more to do with the details of the PUD plan proposed rather than the existence of a PUD plan at all, the ability to put one on there. So I would be prepared to approve just the zoning change for sure tonight. Because most of what it's doing is putting in the ability to do the PUD plan and then changing that part to commercial, and I think both of those are good. And the details and concerns people have, some of those concerns we already know the answers to. Some of them, it would be a conversation about whether we want to try to negotiate differently. But I think that at least just the zoning part is solid.
So if the zoning is approved conceptually and the PUD is not approved, what happens?
I don't know. Again, I don't know what happens if you don't approve some of this. I'll just.
Sure. So yeah, you can go ahead. The PUD would be approved because that is the zone. It's a zoned PUD with the underlaying residential and commercial. So if you kind of think about it as a triangle or a pyramid really, with PUD at the top and your kind of underlaying relation is the commercial with the residential. So then your question is, if we approve the PUD, which is the zone,
Well, his question is,
yes,
if he approves the zoning.
Plan, yes, so if you approve that, you can change, you don't have to approve the plan. But I was clarifying that you said if we don't approve the PUD, you would approve the PUD, you could have disapproved the PUD plan.
Right. And so what I was asking is, let's say the zoning, two different scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
One, the zoning is denied, then the PUD plan.
Just denied.
Yeah.
Goes away.
Yeah.
If the zoning is approved, the PUD plan is denied, there would be two.
Not approved yet.
What's that?
It's not denied, it's just not approved.
No, I'm saying if it is, if the zoning is approved, and the PUD plan itself, that we've heard so much opposition against, if that was denied, then they would have two options: either come back with another PUD plan that would go through the same process, that would either get approved or denied, or or they could come back and say, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do a PUD, then reversing out of that because of all of the agreements that led up to that. I'm assuming, based on what I know about state law, that then they would disannex because that was contingent on getting a PUD plan, and then they would be back in the county, and then we would have a lack of control. Is that correct, or am I making an assumption?
The specifics of what occur for violation of the development agreement, I can't speak to at this exact moment, but there are consequences to violating a contract, of which the development agreement is. So, I mean, there's consequence to it.
No, I understand.
And can they disannex, I don't know if disannexation is immediate upon violation of the agreement. There are several moving parts that are dictated by that, and the context of which that was set up to have that exact resolution. So in the event speaking hypothetically, that it is disannexed, then yeah, you go back to its ETJ and lack regulation
But
over the
I'm just asking,
control.
if-
Yeah,
and if you don't know the answer to this, I think
Yeah.
that's acceptable.
Yeah.
If it is denied and they don't come back and request it again, then I guess I want to confirm.
how many times they can do a plan or,
No.
okay.
I'm saying if they say, we're not gonna do this, we're going to, this was based on an agreement and we can't do the agreement the other way, so then my assumption, based on my knowledge of the law, which I'm not a lawyer, is that they would probably be able to go back and disannex.
They're less than 50 acres.
But I think that based
That's
on.
gonna be dictated by the specifics of the development agreement, of which I don't have intimate enough knowledge to give you an affirmative answer as to the consequence of.
It's a potential consequence. Okay, I just want to make sure that we've got everything out on the table and not trying to convince one way or the other, but I just want to make sure.
When I-
We're clear. Yes.
Shouldn't we find that answer out before we vote?
Yes.
We can take a recess and I can call Cindy and see what Cindy's.
Okay, let's take a recess at, 9:53.
$10? Okay, yes, I mean, my second fruit thing.
Please, eat as many as you can. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them tonight.
You're the one that made $1 million.
Anybody wants extra?
Well, we had a lot of cupcakes left. We probably had 2 dozen left.
How
We had a lot.
Did you make all these? Yes, we did it. Me and the girls today.
Yeah.
It's very quick.
It's red, white, and blue. It's very
That's right.
patriotic.
Just fire the punch next time. I can't find it on. I'm trying to look it up on stupid TML and it won't tell me anything. Well, I do know if we don't pass the zoning, then the next item's good.
The city cannot contractually agree to a zoning designation. The property shall receive, however, some recognition of its rights under Chapter 245. Where's it?
I wonder if Clay would know the answer.
Probably. I would have texted Cindy earlier what she was. Just a second.
We got more coming in.
Send it up the road to,
Medina Lake, let it sit there for a few days.
Well, it wasn't raining in Bandera.
It
Sorry,
wasn't?
no.
Okay, so far.
I'm so sad. My husband's, I called him a while ago and he's like, no, I hear thunder. And I'm like, no.
It's rained more than 1/10 of an inch. It's rained 0.13 inches.
Where'd you find that? Do you have an electronic rain gauge?
Yes.
You got it at Amazon?
Huh?
You got that on Amazon?
Oh, that's on the rain gauge at our house.
I know you get the rain gauge on Amazon.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, it actually comes with it.
My son, my 5-year-old, we got him like just the one that you stick in the ground, but since we got it, there hasn't been no rain. He's like, when am I gonna get a chance to see the rain?
It's actually, if you go to.
It's just that he loves the rain.
If they had the rain, we were responsible for the rain.
Where do you see that?
Well, I'm trying to read it about the impacts going crazy. I'm trying to read TML. And in 2021, they wrote a deal about getting rid of this time.
Based on, so it's called.
Says taxpayers
Yes.
Taxpayer liability development.
Customers too, but they're in the 20 to 30,000.
Can you hear me okay? This one right here.
Castroville cities will be liable for money damages for any amount owed by the landowner as a result of the city's failure to perform a development agreement. Increases in price of infrastructure results from causes by the city.
Yeah, I don't, there's none of that right now. Yes.
On that Grok asphalt and everything that's on Dr. Vest's property,
Yeah.
it still hasn't been taken.
I know, because I dealt with an email about it
Okay,
today.
okay.
They think, the electric department tried to tell me that, oh, it's not their, it's the street contractor. I said, no.
Yeah.
We looked at this back when it was street contractor, and they said, no, it's not ours, it's the electric one, and that was confirmed. So the electric contractor has to take care of it. I don't know where it went from there. That was an email this morning at
Okay.
9:30.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Yeah, everybody saw them.
No, I batted that one back.
Oh, okay.
Put that one back on the other side of the net. I need to take care of that.
Yes, people are like, well, they cleaned up the beer. What about this? Because I'll ask the questions.
So those are all lightning strikes. 0.13 inch. Little over 50 video.
When's it gonna be on YouTube?
It is on YouTube.
It's already on. He's doing it, but what I'm doing here is I'll move it over. Depending on how we get through the
Probably in the
day.
morning or sometime in the morning.
I put this in like I've always done. I frame it and then I move it to YouTube. And that's what I've always done.
Okay, so you'll do it sometime.
But he should have it running right now.
Yeah, it's
I put a second one
You're,
on this.
you're on camera right now, actually, asking that question.
Yeah, there you go. Back of me. So even if it had some glitches from the weather or something, I might miss it. So you may see two, but what was that? I said you may see two of them because I will put mine on over in case there's any glitches on this one. I've had it running ever since before we started.
Okay. All right. I have to go home.
I don't blame
I'm sorry.
you.
My dog's been in the kennel since 3 o'clock.
I'm telling you, that's the first thing. It's like, I agree.
I'm so sorry for her. So.
We'll be here.
But at least I got my pictures for the paper tomorrow, so that's good. And then I'll catch up on it.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Be safe going home. Please take some. It's too light. I'll eat more.
Mayor, I don't know what Cindy's going to say, but I'm going to recommend that you go into executive session to hear what she has to say. So when y'all come back up, that's probably what.
And although, now you go to the other half, which is whether or not the weather change.
Oh, I get weather bugs.
This is weather.
I know. No, that's the future. This is
Right now, we are there. So it's gonna rain until.
It's hit, this is the dark.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, are you happy with the Castro house?
I know.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm not going to work in her morning.
Oh, that's right. But the funny thing is, Earl put this on.
On your house?
No, on Castro, which is owned by. No power, no utilities, it's a vacant building, and you put this on the door instead of calling the people or contacting them. Because the first thing you do is you call the utility department and say, what's your contact information? Oh man, they're not hooked up. So, all right, yes, you go to the appraisal district, and you see who owns the property, and then you send.
But guess what? You.
Yeah.
Because there has, I remember when it was interesting, she'd be like, well, nobody's looking at the fire, and then we're gonna guarantee you, like, it's one of that kind of different avenue. Because you can find a different way. Yeah, because you can find like the fire, the door heater's on the toilet and the heater's later.
Yeah.
It's like, you need to find a different avenue, that means they're not there.
They're not there.
Yeah.
Or you just call the utility department and shit, they don't have any utilities.
But you should have thought about that in the beginning and not just. Well, did you not see him? He's not here for us to fuss at.
I told him what you said, I know you all, this is a big foundation, and you guys are doing good work around the world, and they just did it for historical preservation, but you said, yeah, but we're, yeah.
And I told you that might be that foundation non-priority, but it's not. I don't think it is.
You look. Very large, and some of them are buying. ADM is doing this thing.
So this is like a gathering place or like for the.
They're maybe gonna make some museum, but 24 hours of showing documents right now. Have you heard about it? 2 months, that's what they're saying. They are resolving the house on there.
Everybody's
Anyway, his daughter.
Yes.
Come on, where you going? Hey, you get an answer? You don't tell me. Don't tell me.
I'm gonna recommend they adjourn into executive session.
That's what we're about to-
Okay, good.
Okay, we're going to reconvene at 10:05. And I think we have a recommendation from staff or attorney.
Both.
Okay.
Yes, we're gonna recommend going into executive session, under section 551-071, consultation with attorney on, consequences of, series of events hypothesized.
Okay, so we're gonna go into executive session at 10:05.
Turn the light off.
Camera's still going? Things still being recorded?
Camera's still going. We're not gonna be gone for a long time. We just are gonna consult with the attorney. We'll be back.
We can talk to our attorneys about the other attorneys.
Okay.
That's my house. That stuff is, that says
It's still a sunshine eye.
Comes. I can't even let me I will tell you, you saw the property. I was good. I covered a lot, as long as it was 6 or 8 feet. So we have It's about 86,000. That's right. So we can see.
So these are.
And you know what, and she's good.
So you want me to just leave it there?
Maybe the way I'm sure Thank you very much.
Because, that night I was opening.
He calls him out. Mr. Goldsworth.
So.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't, I don't know.
So you know, Willie?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm visiting for the week. Yeah, so I'm actually, yes, the semester ended for school. Probably 7
Well, since no one. Big fan of Auburn Hughes in my school. No one really, we don't have teams.
So the water tap stopped.
DJ, we don't have both teams.
And so the location is Castroville. Anything in the 4 acres has been selected. And we're just getting about them. And it's. Let me do some thinking on that. Because I don't. Yeah. Right here. Because of the topography. So it's a red hat. Family engineers, you know that. So that's what's going to be out. That's just about it. So the only thing they're talking about, they might have, so that's always expected. Water towers, infrastructure, school sites, there's always something. There's always something. Yeah, we'd like to see you, here, we'd like, this water tower, just let me what's part of the overall water system? I don't know, I think they probably do, but it's sort of this, sort of part of the city. It's part of the, because you're trying to use I-bills and LED systems. So numbers are happening now. Yeah, it's part of and so it's developer says it's worth $10 million. Yeah. They get a pretty out there, pretty sure. And they says or we sit back to water. Or you got a special. They started doing just like there's a lot of ways to do a bunch of good opportunities. So developers always say it's $10 million, say, well, it's for 5 cents. I think about property. Check stop wants to make a big chunk of everybody's and next time came in, property damage, generally for $5, so we find them too. Yeah, but I know. At some point, someone's gonna buy it, they're gonna buy a commercial, and that's gonna be, $10,000. And then your lawyer, next up lawyer, their appraiser, are gonna hash it out. Then you stand up and you just start popping off. I did. I applied last year
of the new turn, I was out there immediately. This before, but you have to apply. I did before. It's a city project. I want to make sure. Yeah.
So
Well, because
what
it's
happens
supposed to be
is,
good, the year in
all of
Jersey
those
is
involved
project.
on
Yes,
that
I did.
will contribute to and so Respect is the one who is and so his team are designing the system. The city held up a portion of this design process.
I don't know. I'm really involved. There's a lot of people. You know what? I will tell you, I talked softly. She said,
yeah. I had a. So they're doing, 4 different hearings. And the last hearing, these classes were less than 10 minutes. 2 hours. 2 hours for 5, 2 hours back, 10 minutes. 7 minutes.
Probably see it in the meeting.
Yeah. Check on the survey responses, and then you just sort of make sure it's on there's something. And then anything else that comes up to develop.
I see. You guys pretty much said it layout. Because I know the layout. Yes. If I go first, then I did this. If I go back,
My mother read romance. Wasn't there knowledge in there? The barbarian. Mary Stuart.
Right. And that's why you have to do.
But those are
What are you giving up in exchange for certain things? See, that's the question. That's why I mentioned that. Right, all of it, right. Sure.
We actually do with one thing for this. That's probably the easy. think, I just can't remember. Cindy Trevino came here tonight, so I emailed her, I emailed Cindy. In fact, I was in Universal City a few weeks ago. And Universal City is like a huge part of the city. And so Cindy was covering that. But that was her first meeting in Universal City, was taking over for someone else. Megan was who works in her firm. Because I'm in office, going back to Houston, Austin, which is weird because Megan's also but he covers the San Antonio area. Because what covers the Austin area? They live in New Orleans. I guess what is, but they've been rotating some of the people. They hired some new associates. So I think they're trying to get a lot. So just a question, something we'll in contact with all of that thing. Yeah. So that's gonna be a floor. This sensation is kind of vertical. You know, speaking of these companies, we introduced an organization, and I used that for 3 times in the last 12 months. But so it's right back. Next time I'm here, but stop it on stage note, take some pictures and updates. Interest rates have been dropped, recession, inflation slowed. And then we brought the organization perspective. We're sitting there, capability here, capability 10 boxes. Not cardboard box here. Both. That makes sense. Essentially cardboard boxes. But bring it in, build the standards, have no blocks like that. And then I'll use this in a presentation where I talk about development. And economic development, 3D, And take the ad valorem tax, infrastructure. And sometimes we'll talk about both components. Texas conference a couple months ago talking using both. We spent so many hours at the Compton Airport on the back roads, and the mayor, what's her name? Mayor very briefly, and so. She's the manager at the time, and then I'm city manager. And it was, there were some times where I was like, okay, fine, we'll walk out. And then sometimes she's like, well, but then it's like 20%, 35%, and it's hard. We'll always have this kind of Norman business. Norman had built a lot of houses for baby homes. And so sometimes you can materials or some of the basic. Still basic. So no, we can't do something. That's a good process. We all go around. That's interesting. It's great that you take pictures of
I'll be retired, but
sometimes happen overnight. We did a corporate headquarters for all the contracts, and they were. So if you're in San Antonio, you're going out I-35 towards Austin, so 35 and 60 and 4, that's the same level. And so there's a big new corporate campus in that. That's so we got that approved, they approved the city council. They were around the next day.
Yeah, we're having
We just did like a couple years ago, it's going, having a landscape in, people are walking there, it looks beautiful. So far. I was just with someone this morning, so. I mean, it's been big, yeah. Oh, not very.
That you have to go for it because before we well, the whole city it's not the quantity, which is they're trying to push it out of this home.
The fourth one, not really. Zachary. Oh, yeah, thank you. I was with somebody like Zachary this morning. So there's two Zacharies, there's Zachary Construction and Zachary built all the time.
That's all, man.
So the construction side is doing well. The other side was
Yeah. East Virginia County used to be.
Let's see it, contracting it.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm the ruler.
Do you do anything towards like mid-city?
I actually serve everything that's top of the hill.
Exactly, yeah. There's one, two, exactly.
Yeah.
My brother told me this was gonna go good. I believe
So your dad, they can figure out how to share. I'm gonna take mine, go there, I'll take yours over there.
We worked with him for a while when he was at Sarah.
Okay.
They were, I
left their car in our house, crossroads. My wife is a whole.
Yep. We got. Well, technically, this is a second.
That is a really.
But we got. Yeah. So, if they deny the flood overage. So exactly.
So the business.
A city insurance, the people who do city insurance. I hear opposition to this, but some here. Yeah. Everything's wrong. That's what happens. Well, we all have stuff to say. And it's good. And it's so extended. So, it's really good. You're very much, right? You have zoning commissioners, and our zoning commissioner is San Antonio, each council has one zoning commissioner. So we got one mayor, two council members, and and so you'll have like districts. But usually has about 150,000 people living in that district. So if people show up, it's 10.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I think it was something
It all comes out now. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want
Oh, okay. Who do you report to? Okay.
So you know Brian?
Yeah, he does all the
So from out the same thing, where did you? I love it. Everyone they hire. Yeah. We're like in the middle of the deal, like, oh, he's going to take awesome. Yeah. Okay, Art Walsh now, he's now the public works for but he did stormwater. So.
I work with him. and then he was.
Yeah, maybe seal.
How big is that? So it's just a piece. He's got
Mike went to the private sector, so probably just. Danny Garza was there. He went to the private sector.
Well, first Don. Yes.
City of Smyrna, yeah, the guy used to talk to City of Smyrna all the time. Was Rob.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I still see Rob every once in a while. He's changed a couple of times. You know, my name's Rob, this is Rob. We got a meeting and sit together, you know, Rob,
Yeah.
So I think that's.
And then,
Reviews the whole plan.
he left a long time.
He does some of the drainage projects. He said he did one of
I was at, according to Lindsay,
And also our magic board. Sort of, that's what our office, I started practicing law downtown City, 19 years.
Yeah.
And then 4 years ago, right before COVID, I started downtown, so much construction, streets always closed. No client wants to come down here. It used to be convenient because zoning commission, planning commission, city council were all right there. But then they created one stop. Once one stop was go, like, we had to drive anyway.
Yeah.
So 1.5 miles, that's less expensive, more square footage, free parking, and down the 2-1 corridor because we don't really deal with other lawyers. We deal with lots of engineers. So the paper outs the DC is 281. Kevin Morgan's in our building.
Oh, yeah, okay.
They go on traffic. A few others. Well, Saws is, I had to go to a Saws last week. Less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Straight shot. Yeah, it's like there's Mulberry. We're at Ice in the 281. So we're just outside 410.
Yes, okay.
And Saws is.
Well, we.
Yeah.
Just don't ever stay here live over somewhere church or similar. Or you can just have to involve us in San Marcos. And yeah. Like the 35 floor, that's what right there. Spot glass. I guess from here, that's.
Yeah, from us, yeah, it's like perfect. I mean, he's still done my life in this market because he's also.
I had never been to a White City Council meeting until 3 months ago.
Did you go?
Yeah.
I was a little.
It's a very small event.
Yeah.
And it's crowded and, yeah, every council's got different levels of sophistication. They don't know a lot. Stuff like that, so. And the funny thing is, I represent developer is the mayor of Von Ormy. Von Ormy is the neighboring town of Lebanon. And so it's weird. Here's the mayor of your neighboring town, but represented on the private side. But if you deny, he's got fair warning. Or say next. We'll get a special bill on that. Von Ormy has a type C, it says type C. So type C has got seven public council commissioners. So they've got the board of commissioners. So I'm not even sure called board of commissioners. So they have one mayor, two commissioners, three. We're mayor, yeah, the mayor votes at a tie. It's a joint meeting, so you get tied for your office. So mayor, almost all. It's a weird system. And so once someone resigns, it's gonna have two people. The thing about that, the two people got 6 4. They can't even talk about it. They can't even write together about the meeting. I don't say people. I lots of police officers. Sure. Type C is yeah. So they have classified themselves as called Liberty City, the first Liberty City in the United States. And so, and by that they mean they don't believe Texas. So my wife is on city council. I'm on city council for Island Side, 1 square mile by that. But she does city attorney. She's and we're designing. They hired her to be the city. But if you work here long enough, I mean, it's part-time. Your own company, and then they hired Albert Wrestling is now the tax assessor. Albert was their city manager. My wife was city attorney. Never got paid. I'm just looking at this, you can see how Albert So they collect money. So, you know, there's that old diner, cafe, and gas station. They get sales tax. And all those cops, which we take, that's a social. They didn't want oh, yeah. You know, the mayor is flying. Slow down. I'm gonna sit what they're gonna do next is change the tree across the speed limit sign, lower to 40, put the tree across. Did you see the sign? That's because that's the. They won't follow. Thank you very much. I don't want to
All aboard.
Hot air, I guess.
Just let me know when you're ready to come back.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to return from executive session at 10:45. All right, coming out of executive session, we're going to table item number 13 and open the public hearing so that we can have a discussion about the PUD itself, because we've been getting mixed up between the two, so we're going to move on to that one. We're going to open the public hearing on a request for an approval for the planned unit development plan for approximately 35.168 acres located northeast of the intersection at US Highway 90 East and 471 North. The current zoning of the property is a planned unit development district overlay with the underlying zoning CHE. East Commercial District.
Mayor, let's amend that to the current zoning, or the zoning would be, since we didn't approve the zoning.
So how do I restate that?
So, the zoning of the property for, oh gosh.
I think instead of the current zoning.
Yeah, I would say proposed zoning, there you go.
Okay, so the proposed zoning of the property is a planned unit development district PUD overlay with the underlying zoning CHE, East Commercial District for approximately 2.725 acres, and RA Single Family Dwelling District for approximately 32.443 acres.
We open this at what
We're
time?
going to open this at 10:47. Okay, so Scott, how do you want to proceed with this? Would you like to have do you have the presentation for this? Would you like to have the attorney for the development do the presentation on?
No, well, do you have a separate presentation for the PUD?
It's just a few more slides.
All right, let's cover yours, and then I know, Mr. Killen, you wanted to speak, and I thought this would be a good opportunity for you to speak to the PUD.
Okay.
Okay.
And then we'll open it up for comments after that.
So this is going to be the planned unit development request for the NB Homes development, also known as Heights of Castroville. Let's see. So this is the flood plan that they are requesting. As you can see, it's going to be 120 lots. The approximate water price that should be transferred to the city is 73 acre feet based off the 0.612 water right, LUE requirement per home. So at 120, that's about 73 acre feet. Let me see here. As we've already kind of spoken to, if you can look at the west side of the property, that's the two commercial lots. There's an entrance off 471, and then there's 120 residential lots behind that, and then there's 3 exits to the south to Providence. Okay, so something that the PUD plan speaks to is land use, the amount of open space that's required, setbacks, minor street cross sections of those sorts. So for this, they have requested that have already been knocked out of the development agreement is the setbacks is for 20 feet in the front, 20 in the rear, 5 feet on the side unless they're adjacent to a right of way, then it's 15. And that's standard. That's what's in Alsatian notes right now. So the provided open space for this parcel is 1.275 acres. The requirement should have been higher. If you can see right there, it says the requirement should have been 6.761 acres, but because of the drainage improvements that are being provided during the development agreement, they were negotiated down to this amount of open space. And that open space is consistent with the drainage detention on the property. Let's see here. Okay, and then the last slide that I have is the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval contingent on zoning being approved. So they said that they would recommend approval as long as the zoning was approved as well. So, and that's all I have for that one.
And can we hear from Mr. Killen?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Rob Killen.
Attorney law firm Killing Griffin and Fairmont. Our address is 10101 Union Place in the city of San Antonio. Our firm specializes in land use, special districts. We do a lot of annexation and zoning work, and deal with a lot of these special districts and in particular development agreements as part of the development process for properties that are outside city limits. And so what I thought I would do is provide a little bit of comment. My comments brief. I will be done by midnight, I promise you. But, and Councilman King, you did a very, very good job describing the history of this piece of property. I want to provide a little bit of context. So a couple of years ago, the Habees and Shearharts, who owned this piece of property, said, we want to sell this property. We're going to put it on the market. We're going to sell this property. This is, I do this a lot. I've done lots of development agreements in lots of cities. This property is unique in that it is a donut hole. In other words, it is completely surrounded by the city of Castroville, but outside city limits. We very, very rarely see a situation where you have a developed neighborhood right next door. The reason these development agreements typically go so smoothly is because there isn't already a pre-existing neighborhood already built out, folks living there. And so this is at least in my experience, I'm doing this a long time, a unique situation. I think the Habees and Shearharts recognize it. Our client, Hippie Homes, Nader, raise your hand. Nader's still here. And our project engineer's here too. Raise your hand. Thank you. So we've got the team here. They're still awake and they're still willing to answer questions. But we had this unique situation where they said we want to develop the property. We came to the city and said we'd like to develop the property. We're outside city limits. Now, I'm not going to talk about zoning because this was outside city limits time and not subject to zoning. And I know someone earlier this evening quoted Chapter 211 of the Texas Local Government Code. That's not the appropriate section. 211 is the zoning statute. 212 is the subdivision statute. And what Chapter 212 says specifically is that cities cannot regulate uses. They cannot regulate density. They cannot regulate lot size in the ETJ. Come to the city and say, this is what we'd like to do. We'd like to bring this into the city because we're not paying tax, we're not subject to any land use controls, but we'd like to put in some infrastructure, we'd like to work with the city, and we negotiated this agreement. So we started that negotiation almost 2 years ago. Came to council March of 2023, so we spent months and months and months, many months, right? Working on all the details, and Mr. Dixon talked about that. Now, hey, we came in with a plan with no access, or with limited access points, with more lots on the ground, greater density, less green space, all of that. And ultimately, what we agreed to was this development agreement. And I think we've heard commentary throughout the evening that the legislature, for better or worse, has consistently drawn back a city's ability to regulate outside city limits. The 212 provision will not be able to regulate density of uses. Those have been on the books for years. But plating regulations, building material regulations, things like that, those have all come into play. And in 2017, this was specific to San Antonio and Bexar County, Senate Bill 6, the city of San Antonio tried to aggressively annex. Legislature came back next session and said, you know what, we're not going to let you do it. 2019, legislature came back and said, look, no cities in Texas can annex unless it's voluntary. So the law of the land in 2019 was you didn't have the power to annex. We could do, the Habees and Shearharts could sell it to whoever, apartment developer, manufactured housing developer, industrial, whatever. And so that was the state of the law in 2019, so it was the state of the law when we started having this conversation with the city in 2022. And so, as Mr. Dixon has described, we've had this long process. Y'all asked for a lot, and this was also, Mary, you talked about this in your opening comments, this is also the time when you were developing your new plan, right? What did Mary agree to at Alsatian Oaks, and can we do better? What did the last developer agree to, and can we incrementally improve on that? And so the legislature, while stripping away cities' powers, has said, we have this tool. It's Chapter 212 agreement. What it says is that the city and the owner of property and the city's ETJ can enter into what they now call a contract, and there's lots of references to contract. They weren't called contracts just until a few years ago. Now they're considered contracts because they're enforceable by both parties. The city can enforce it. Brandon talked about the list of prohibited uses, vape shops and SOB, section of business and things like that. It means you have the right to enforce it outside of zoning. You have a valid contract that you can enforce against the developer. The developer has a valid contract that they can enforce against you. And so the legislature gave cities these tools, the 212 agreements, so that when someone wants to develop an ETJ, you have a mechanism to say, hey, let's enter into an agreement, let's control uses. You know what we can put in there? We can't do normally as a city. We can put building materials. We've got 4 pages of building standards in here. And Brianna's got a copy. Has this copy up as well. 4 pages just of 75% masonry requirement, which you can't require but for the development agreement, the lot size, things like that. So the legislature said, here's a tool that allows you to, this also allows you to agree to what land uses are permitted. It serves as a permit for purposes of development under Chapter 245 of the Government Code, which is the vested rights statute, basically grandfathers you from new regulations. It gives you rights to develop upon annexation. And so that's the one tool that the legislature has left you as a municipality for dealing with development in your ETJ. So came to you, we said, okay, we're going to do all this, we'll develop the standards. You said, okay, well, you guys are going to be on our streets, so we want to bring you into the city. Didn't have to bring us into the city, but we'd like to bring you into the city. So your residents are paying taxes and paying their fair share for development. We'd like to make offsite improvements and do all of that. So those are all wrapped up into the development agreement, including the planned unit development. There's a reference in that says, the developer prepares a planned unit development and submits it to the city accepts it. And I think that is part of what has gotten lost in the conversation tonight, is the folks who are speaking in opposition to the planned unit development see that as giving the developer extra rights. All the rights for development are in this agreement. You don't agree to have development for development. What the planned unit development does, though, is it gives you additional tools to regulate the development. So there are fine details that are in the PUD that are not in the development agreement. So what the PUD does, it allows you to fine tune what's in here, and that becomes the governing document. Without the planned unit development, we just default to this. It says, and you've got the land plan on the screen. That's what we could build under the development agreement today. But what the PUD does is allows you to get into those kinds of details. And so, again, we don't need or necessarily want the PUD, but it's something that you wanted. You asked for in this contract and said, please submit this. You said that we're not going to guarantee zoning. Of course, we moved past the zoning portion of seeding, but you've got a PUD plan. A PUD plan, again, takes all the things in the development agreement and fine tunes it so you get a little more granular in actual development, which helps when someone submits that next permit with plat, and ultimately the building permit. So again, I just want to provide a little bit of context as to why we're here requesting the PUD. Again, it's part of the agreement. And we'd love to have the PUD, we'd love to have it fine tuned. If not, we're going to have to find another way through the development process to fine tune those points. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to public comment now.
Bruce Alexander, 516 Vienna. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name, Mr. Killen. I just learned more from Mr. Killen than I've ever learned from any member of this city council. Okay, and I appreciate your comments. Okay, because it gives me a better understanding. I still have a concern about the city making a contractual agreement before they went through the process of getting the approvals from the P&Z or this stuff. But I understand more about that, and I appreciate the fact that I think you made a comment. Y'all didn't necessarily need the PUD or want the PUD. It was the city driving the PUD, so the city made a contractual agreement with you for a PUD that wasn't approved. That's what I'm hearing. Maybe I'm wrong in that, but I appreciate your comments, and that's just my outlook on it. So I'm not necessarily against it. I do have a question specifically, and I asked this question to Brianna when we did the planning and zoning. I know the next process would be a plat, but and the layout here is that the layout it's going to be? And Brianna's answer was there's no guarantee on that, because when they come back with a plat, it may not look like that. So my comment is, if it changes, I guess P&Z will have a look at it and counsel. But So I'm just curious about that. That's all and I do thank you. Okay, thank you.
We should clarify that process.
Yeah, so we don't expect it to change a lot. I think the reason, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I mean, I would hedge too. I'd say, well, it's not guaranteed it'll be exactly that, because there are minor changes as you start to have conversations about, well, we're going to put a sidewalk here, but then we saw this issue with drainage or whatever. So, but it should be, Bruce, it should be like substantially similar to that. We wouldn't expect major changes between the approved PUD and the approved plat. And just, clarifying, yeah, the city asked for the PUD because the PUD is the legal instrument, and this is what I hope you heard from Mr. Killen. It's the legal instrument that allows us to put in all of those granular requirements that we couldn't require otherwise. Now, some of that will be in here. You won't see the buildings and what they have to be, the materials they have to be made out of, and that kind of thing. That's not going to show up in the PUD, but that's in the agreement.
May I make one more comment about that?
Yeah.
I got it, and I understand that.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your comment. My whole thing boils down to is the contractual agreement was the city agreed to a PUD before the PUD was approved.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my whole issue. So, Mr. Carey, when you say I hate to use that term, when you say that it's already been a done deal with the sidewalk, it pretty much has, because the city signed an agreement, a contractual agreement with the developer for the PUD at the city's request, not the developer's request, as would be, in my opinion, how the ordinance should be done.
May I respond to the factual?
But that's just my comment on that. Because the subdivision ordinance, and I'm not faulting what they're doing, the subdivision ordinance that we have, generally, it allows a PUD. I got it, I understand that. I'm just back to what was historic and what it is now. If that's the avenue the city chooses to go, well, that's the city chooses to go there. I just wanted to make
Don Lloyd, 207 Sunland. I'll make it short. All my comments that I made on the agenda item 12.
Ditto.
Ditto. So I don't have to go through them all and save us all a lot of time.
Thank you, sir.
All right, anybody else?
I'm about to say it again, but I just want to reiterate that County 516 Vienna, thank you, Mr. King. I want to reiterate that the people did not know the understanding of the letters of the planning and zoning. So when she says it passed, it didn't pass, but if they would have understood the meaning of the letters, just like you see tonight, it was a 3-2 vote and it would not have passed. So I just want to reiterate that again, which I was disappointed a little bit when Mr. Carey gave the presentation to you last meeting, that he did not bring that up, because he heard people that were confused, and I brought it out. So I was very disappointed as you, as my council member, and as for all the citizens, that you weren't real transparent about that. You said it passed, it was 3-2, but I really wish you to come out and said, but it passed with people not understanding the letters. Because you heard people at the podium say, I thought if I spoke that would counter my opposition. So I'm really disappointed in you, Mr. Carey, that you did not be transparent with your other members up here. Thank you.
No, I think that we are we closing we're going to close the public hearing?
Mm-hmm. Oh, did you want to read the?
Thank you. Let's go later.
Okay, for the ones that have multiple, I'm gonna say their name, how many they have, and what their comments are, instead of trying to read them all out. Okay. So Growthland Enterprises in opposition to small lots, sewer handle flow, drainage issues, growth congestion, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4. Leon Jr. and Kathy Shearhart in opposition, please see attached. Do you want me to reread the comments? It's the same letter as provided earlier.
Nope.
Okay, all right. in opposition. Michelle Schuman and Carl Schuman in opposition. Our property backs to the property, and any adjoining subdivision should have a minimum 12,000 square foot lot, otherwise it will decrease our property value. Two for that one with the same comment. Robert and Marie Persley in opposition. Ruben Limones in opposition. Nettie Cartwright in opposition. Ralph and Linda Nguyen in opposition. Commercial property in the residential area is not needed. Traffic is always backed up. Troy Malden in opposition. Harold and Mary Orens in opposition. And he has the same comments as the previous letter. So, Vincent and Donna Paredes in opposition. Desi and Yvette Gonzalez in opposition. Kenneth Severus in opposition. Chuck and Estella Pierce. One day I'll get it, in opposition. John and Linda Wren in opposition. Traffic concerns on FM 471 and Highway 90. Drainage concerns, small lot sizes, not to Castroville code. Nathan Griggs in opposition. Lot size not legal under city rules. Small lots and smaller houses, which lower the value of surrounding homes. Area roadways cannot handle traffic. Kate Griggs in opposition. This development will wreak havoc on all our existing utilities that existing residences are paying an arm and a leg for. We are already having issues with our water and sewer supply to existing residences. We had signs saying we are in a water shortage, so our solution is to shut up a bunch of homes in. This is terrible. If approved, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Kate Griggs in opposition. This development will create even more problems to an already problematic traffic on 471 and 90. For one, to keep to the existing residences in mind on your vote. Diana Balsamia in opposition. Francis J. Roots and Helen Roots. They have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in opposition. Clint and Janine Maudlin in opposition. The city should enforce certain restrictions and not change for developers. I believe smaller plots are not good for the city.
That's Moshling.
Sorry. Donald Bull in opposition. A better use of the proposed commercial district acreage would be to plant in trees as a buffer on FM 471 traffic. No large trucks. Traffic continues to increase. Trees would also offset the resident with privacy and make entering the subdivision more inviting. The whole 10 development devalues our property. Marilyn Cherry in opposition. What happened with the green belt behind Country Village was supposed to be 10 feet behind Country Village subdivision. Now they say it will be drainage against commercial property. Major traffic problem accidents also need water. We are already on a water shortage. Trevor and Courtney Mangold in opposition. Sandra Advent in opposition. Please see attached. It's a long one, and I don't know if we've read this before. Oh yeah, we already read this one. Okay, so in opposition. Cody Fondre in opposition. Comment small lots. Ben Jean in opposition. I'm against decreasing the minimum lot size for this development. Also, infrastructure, additional lights on Highway 90 and widening of 471 should be done for this development. I also oppose any access through Country Village for this development. Don, and I can't read the last name again, in opposition. Don Lloyd in opposition. 1, traffic congestion. 2, drainage water. 3, lot size not big enough per city. Elizabeth Rubio in opposition. Too many homes being built in the area, which develops into more traffic, crime, and pollution. Not sure who's getting greedy here. The city or the county Castroville is moving away from a small town built too fast. We have enough crime here. Do not need these homes here built in San Antonio. Big fat no. Laggy, Zotyylka. In opposition has approved building homes in that location. Castroville needs more local spots to hang out, enjoy with family and friends. Parks, food truck, park, town hangout with shops, just like the town square on Fiorella, need to be more creative than just filling spaces with homes, car washes, storage facilities, and other pointless things. And then I have 4 more letters. They're the same as the ones presented before. And this is Hal and Pauline McCormick in opposition, Maddie and Jackie Anderson in opposition, Alice Bain in opposition, and Norman and Angie Watson in opposition.
How many altogether?
For this stack, it was 40.
40?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, you said there were 69 sent out?
68.
68.
Anything else for the public hearing? All right, we're gonna close the public hearing at 11:11. I think that we had decided to table the next item.
Would you read it for me?
Yes. So the next item is consider and take appropriate action on a request for approval of the planned unit development plan for approximately 35.168 acres located northeast of intersection at US 90 East and 471 North. The current zoning of the property is a planned unit development district board with the underlying district CHE East Commercial District for approximately 2.725 acres and RA single family dwelling district for approximately 32.433 acres.
And I believe we did change the wording to be proposed.
Oh, sorry,
Is that correct?
proposed, yes.
Yes.
The proposed zoning.
Yes.
And the reason I'm okay for, the reason that we want to table this is we want to bring it back. There's some additional details that we need to get through. We will make sure that notice is sent out again, so that people can come and join in this. We're not deferring it to hide from it. We're deferring it to do what's right. And so we're going to table this, or defer this another time. Do we need a motion to do that, or we can just table it? I can just. Perfect. All right. And the struggle that we have with this, honestly, is this is right next to people, and this is one of those things that we are struggling with all over the places, impacting people that have lived there. We're trying to do things that are responsible for the city, trying to make those judgment calls. We have been inviting people to our public meetings. Please, if you haven't attended them, please attend them. If you have been, please continue to attend them so that we can find these details and shape them properly. Our goal here is truly to do what is best for Castroville, to create quality developments, and we are doing everything in our power to do that. And so we will have this conversation again. The next item is a public hearing on a request for zone change request for approximately 254.69 acres located north of US Highway 90 East and to the east of all Station Oaks. The current zoning of the property is RA, single-family dwelling district for approximately 254.69 acres. The proposed zoning for the property is a planned unit development district, overlay, and the underlying zoning RA, single-family dwelling district for approximately 254.69 acres. We're going to open the public hearing at 11:14.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start my presentation. Okay, so this is the Flat Creek Development subdivision. The applicants here, Rock Hillen. We also have the Mary, who is the engineer for this development. So if you have any questions for them. So the current zoning for this is RA single family dwelling, and they are requesting a zone change for the PUD overlay with the underlying zoning for RA single family dwelling district. Okay, so this, the development agreement was approved by City Council on September 21st, 2023. Some of the standards in the development agreement were lot sizes, open space, annexation, masonry. Things that are specific to this one is the water tower site. This is the lot where they do have the water tower site for the phase 2 improvements for our water system. They still have dark space lighting, quality street signage, other architectural details like front doors, design elements, landscaping, fencing. The flood plan has been reviewed and either meets the city code or meets the development agreement that's already been approved. All right, annexation. This property has been annexed into the city, and that annexation was adopted on January 9th, 2024. So this is already completely within the city limits of Castroville. The location of this property is right next to, it's east of Alsatian Oaks, and it's north of Highway 90. If everybody knows where all that dirt work was done by Terry Dickerson, this is located north of that. So this just shows how many parcels are included. So it's not just one, there's multiple parcels, and so you can see all the parcel numbers right there. You can see where Alsatian Oaks is kind of being built out right there to the west of this. And it's directly behind the Chevy dealership too. So for the future land use, this one's pretty spot on. The future land use for this property is single family residential, and then the frontage part is commercial. They're not touching the commercial. That's a completely different developer, a completely different property owner. So it is only what's encompassed in that green area. Okay, as I said earlier, everything that comes in is comes in as RA single family dwelling. So right now it is RA. So they're not requesting any commercial in this property. The only one that probably needs to be cut out, because eventually we're going to buy that, is that top corner, the top northeast corner. That's going to be where the water tower site, and eventually the city will probably own a portion of that for the water tower. Let's see, the proposed zoning is, just because we have to do the PUD overlay, so it's still single family residential as the underlying zoning, but the overlay will be planned unit development. Let's see. And then the planning and zoning commission recommended approval of this item. So, that's all I have for that.
Did you already announce how many, whether we have letters in opposition or not?
No, 24 letters were sent out and we didn't receive any back. So.
Right. And the other elements that were, this is just something about. Okay. So,
I know it's zoning, I know it's weird, but you have to do zoning first.
okay, so the proposed zoning is residential RA single family dwelling district. Gotcha, okay. Any discussion?
A public comment.
Oh, I'm
Or
sorry,
public
I have
area.
wrong place, public comments.
Of course.
No, I'm not frustrated with you, I'm frustrated because I'm like losing track.
So you can say that.
Say your address again.
We're selling it at 516. I only have a couple of comments. The first one obviously is going to be a question, and it's more posed to y'all, but just cut to the chase. In this development agreement, did the city also ask for them to do a PUD, or did they come to the city and ask for a PUD? That's one. Because I'm going to, part of me wants to believe that it probably followed the same path, that the city is setting that up for these. So basically getting contractual agreements ahead of time, which kind of makes this all moot points. Second thing, and probably most important, is, Mr. Mayor, when we were talking with Simple City, you were pretty clear that some of these new development agreements, things like that, would apply for properties that historically in the city, new properties, new developments. I supported that then, I support that now. So, thank you.
All right. Any other public comments? All right. We will close the public hearing and move at, 11:19. Next item is consider and take appropriate action on a request for approval for a zone change request for approximately 254.69 acres located north of US Highway 90 East and to the east of Alsatian Oaks. The current zoning of the property is R8, single family dwelling district, for approximately 254.69 acres. The proposed zoning for the property is a planned unit development district, a PUD overlay with the underlying zoning RA, single family dwelling district for approximately 254.69 acres. Okay, so on this item, do we have, I think we've already heard everything through the public hearing. Do you have any questions or comments on the zoning? Councilman Carey?
Yes, I do. We have heard twice that the city pursued the HUD agreement, and section B of section 100-79B says, if any part of the proposed subdivision is located inside the city limits, the subdivider must submit to the city administrator an application for change of zoning to establish a HUD overlay zoning district. Just make that clear.
I'm sorry, was that part of the ordinance or part of the
This is
development?
part of the planned unit development ordinance.
Any other comments or questions? Make a motion. Entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve this item as so read.
Have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next item is public hearing on a request for approval of the planned unit development plan for approximately 254.69 acres located north of US Highway 90 East and to the east of Alsatian Oaks. The current zoning of the property is a planned unit development district, HUD overlay, with the underlying zoning already a single-family dwelling district for approximately 254.69 acres. We'll open the public hearing at 11:22. Do we have any further?
Just a few slides that I'll go to. Okay, and so right here, this is the flood plan, this is what you can, this is what they're requesting. A few things to point out, the green is what's going to be park space / floodplain. They are gonna have the large blue spot in the middle of the amenity center, and like I said earlier, the northeast point of this, HUD plan is going to be the proposed water tower site. The water rights transfer to the city will.
Clarify the orientation, sorry, north is.
North is this way. Purple area? Yeah.
To the left of the screen.
Yeah, I apologize, I should have put the north arrow on there.
It's up on there, but I just want to
Oh,
clarify.
oh, okay.
Last time it was up and this time it's on the side, so it took me a second to orient.
So we're not upside down like that's got plans.
Yeah. And then, so the water rights transferred to the city, because it's going to have, I believe it's 673 homes, at 0.612 LUEs would be approximately 411 acres. This just shows some of the things on the HUD plan, which is going to be the building setbacks. For this development, it's front 20, the rear would be 20 feet, and the side would be 5 unless, on the regular lot, so I would assume that would be like a cul-de-sac. That means the front setback on a cul-de-sac would be 15. There, like I said earlier, there's 673 homes in this HUD and in this development. And so the required open space is 41.26, and that's what they are providing for this. But that does include the floodplain. That's included in that park / open space. We are creating a trail network through it, so it's going to be a usable floodplain. So it's not going to just be floodplain. It's going to have, yeah. And then, these are just going to be the typical collector streets that you'll see throughout the subdivision, the 50-foot right of way and the 60-foot right of way. And the planning and zoning recommended approval contingent is on the zoning being approved for this one as well. So.
Okay. All right, there were some details that we didn't have to go into that in the hearing. Okay, great. Did we have anything else for that?
I sent out 24 letters for this one as well, and I did not receive a letter back.
And did the attorney want to state anything about this one as well?
Rob Killen, 10101 Reading Place. Thank you for your consideration. I mentioned on the last one that was unique. This is more typically what we see with development agreements at the edge of town, single family development. You've seen it all, but it's pretty much what you would typically see. There's similar to what you saw in Alsatian developments. Really appreciate your consideration. I know it's been a long evening. There are other things on your agenda, so I'll please.
All right. Would anybody like to speak for this item? Public comments. Come on, Bruce.
Sure.
Don't give up on me now.
Sure. I only have one, and I don't know, obviously, we're not privy to the negotiations, but I heard the city administrator say earlier, talk earlier about the city's going to have to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard him say the city's going to have to buy that property for that water tower. You know, I'm disappointed in the negotiation abilities of the city if they couldn't get the developer to dedicate a couple acres for a water tower. I'm really disappointed in that, because I think a little better negotiations would have got that from them, especially possibly on property that may not be suitable for houses. That's just my thought. Thank you.
You want to clarify on the?
We did our best. It wasn't in this development to start with, so that part of what kind of hurt that negotiation. It originally was to the west on Station Oaks. But we still haven't given up there. We're still negotiating with the developer about that land and what it's worth and how developable it is. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right. We will close the public hearing then at 11:26. Next item is consider and take appropriate action on a request for approval of the planned unit development plan for approximately 254.69 acres located north of US Highway 90 East to the east of Alsatian Oaks. The current zoning of the property is a planned unit development district, but overlay with the underlying zoning RA, single-family dwelling district for approximately 254.69 acres. So I'm going to open it up to council for questions, comments in a second. I wanted to make sure that we covered a couple of other things that aren't covered during the public hearing. So the thing that you see, that big arterial that's going this way, that is a part of the northern line. So that's the other thing. That's 120 feet of right of way. And that is that portion as it connects to Alsatian Oaks. It connects in through here. And this is one of the reasons that we did seek a development agreement because of a bunch of different reasons. One was we need the northern route as we work through that with the county to make sure that we're connecting Highway 90 and 471. We talk about relief to getting people to stop cutting through Country Village. It'll be a long process, but each development that comes along, we're asking them to dedicate right-of-way. That's a full 120 feet of right-of-way. If you think about the right-of-way through existing Castroville, that's only 100 feet, actually 20 feet wider than going through existing Castroville. And that is to help alleviate some of the traffic. A lot of the traffic that's coming in from the north. I tell you, I'm terrified of what is going to develop between here and Petranco because they right now have no other way except coming straight down 471 and through Country Village.
And we didn't pay for that.
We didn't pay for that.
Bruce wasn't listening. But.
Bruce wasn't listening, that we didn't pay for that.
We didn't pay for the 120 feet. I don't know how many acres it is. No, I'm just letting you know so this was early on. It's one of the things that we knew we needed. And Alsatian Oaks had already been platted at that point. They had not dedicated for the northern route. So we're in negotiations with them about trying to acquire the 120 feet or 80 or whatever it's going to be. But with this, because they were early on in the process, we said, no, you got to give us 120 feet of right of way. So it didn't cost us anything. And you know, I think that is a big win. But it's a matter of, well, what did you know when you started versus now? So anyway.
And they had made some other concessions about some of the interconnectivity. If you look at the way that they step out against Alsatian Oaks, as long as Alsatian Oaks connects to those, then we can have the interconnection so that if somebody from one of these developments wants to go over to something over at Alsatian Oaks, they can still make it. We're trying to create, this is kind of a broken grid because there's a lot of topographical things that cause challenges. They just love their, what do they call them, loops and lollipops.
Mm-hmm.
So we had negotiated with them to create, even where they put the cul-de-sacs, they still provide a walking, biking path.
Do you remember how many they removed? They removed something like 8. I want to say they removed 8 cul-de-sacs during the process of plan. This is Plan M, I believe. So they started on Plan A, and they ended up on Plan M. That's how many revisions there were, back and forth, hammering things out. Anyway.
So this is a lot of time and effort that's going into this, and I believe that as we're talking about the water tower, that's part of the phase 2 water development, just as Alsatian Oaks had paid for the big bubble gum blue. I had the chance to choose the color on that. And
Well,
I
they were out of
didn't.
Pepto pink, so we went with blue.
Anyway, so Alsatian Oaks paid for that. So this will be, staff is working on how we have that paid upfront by the developers, reduce the risk on the existing citizens. Again, it's about new being produced. So there was a lot of time and effort that went into this to try and make sure that there was plenty of open space. One of the things where I used to live, we had this great green space that was a great place to have like a linear park, great big oak trees, and access to every one of those was completely blocked off by a big drainage gate. And so it's creating these places where people can get through if they want to go on their bikes or if they want to go walking, to create some of that connectivity.
To get from one half to the other.
To get from one half to the other, yeah. So, okay, so those are the things I wanted to make sure that we called out on this. I will start on, how about we start on Sheena's side this time?
No comments, no questions.
Councilman Murray?
I just wanted to comment, this was the difference I noticed between the two bud plans that came before us today. In the NP home, or in the Heights and Castroville one, they had the sidewalk adjacent to the street and then 5 feet of grass. In this one, they have 5 feet of grass and then the sidewalks. That is way better. As someone who lives in Country Village, we have the sidewalks adjacent to the street and you can't use them because they are full of mailboxes. So having that green space between the street and the sidewalks is actually huge in terms of making usable sidewalks. So someone did a good job, whether it was on purpose or accident, by getting the credit anyway on that one.
And that has been very purposeful as we've gone through this, understanding where those little things matter. If you think about trying to cross Highway 90 on that bridge, having the traffic right up next to you, and so many other places where you've got the sidewalks right up next to the street, creating that small little buffer that also allows for street trees and some kind of shade in there. Councilman Dyer.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
I make a motion to approve as so read.
Right, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Drive safe.
And I think that this is a good point of differentiation of being very respectful to people right next to their homes, right next to where they live, trying to be very careful about that. And if we're going to experiment, we experiment on the outskirts. Thank you, sir. All right, next item, discussion and appropriate action on awarding the lighting project at Lions Park multi-purpose field to Integrity LED in an amount not to exceed $39,220. And Jonah, you stuck around.
$220? What'd you say?
I've said.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
$35,220.
Yeah, 35,200.
All I heard was 220, sorry. I was like, that's not enough.
Good deal on that.
All right, Jonah.
Sorry.
No worries.
It's his fault. He was here long last time because.
Yes,
sir.
Good night, Brown. Be safe.
Okay, good evening. Not morning yet, but hopefully get out here before then. So before, in front of you, I have, it's just a condensed file on the comparison for all of the different contractors that we went out for quotes at Lions Park. We got 5 total quotes, 2 of them from the same company. The different prices are there. The only difference, the one that I did not get to add in there just because I got that number just before council had started, was that for bosses, that $78,000 quote was for a 40-foot light pole. I did ask Integrity to give us a quote for a 40-foot light pole because theirs was a 30-foot light pole, and that price would increase to $43,000. It's about $8,200 increase for two 40-foot light poles. That was going to be the only change in there. We did go send some notices to the neighboring residents. 2 of the 3, right off the bat, I explained to them the project, gave them the notices. 2 of them had no objections. One of them said, "Go ahead and light her up," is what she had said. The other one I did just give to the resident, left my information on there, so if they had any questions about it, they didn't reach out to me, so I assume there were no questions. But outside of that, that's pretty much all I have. I know we had brought this to council 2 weeks ago. Wanted to get a little bit better comparison, some references. We got a good amount of references from Boss, Techline, and Musco Integrity. They were trying to get us some references. They got us one, so I will be contacting them just as a, we can dot our I's, cross our T's. But, yeah.
Well, I commend you on going and getting some more of the information. We try to be really careful about this stuff. And I think that the 3 things that we look at, honestly, are always impact to existing residents.
Absolutely.
So thank you for reaching out to them. I like the fact that you went out to them personally to hand it out. That's the right way to do it.
No, absolutely. I think in all reality, this is kind of one of the things that Scott's been trying to get me to be a little bit more productive in, is kind of putting myself in your position and then also in the citizen's position. You know, if I was one of those citizens, I would rather have somebody come up to my door, knock, and leave me something. That way I can either talk to them face to face or at least have an avenue to go ahead and reach out to whoever's going to be doing this. So I think it's definitely dotting our I's and crossing our T's.
It's the right way to do it. If you think about it, if I lived right there, and this is what we've got to go through every single time.
Absolutely.
Every single thing. And so I appreciate your willingness to learn and to grow. I think it's a good thing. I think it'll be a great thing for the city, and always enjoy having your attitude.
Yeah, thank you.
So some of the things that I noticed about here, so the 3 things that I'm always concerned about: 1, impact to existing residents; 2, cost; 3 is functionality. And so I know that Scott also spoke with the person that was matching this in terms of functionality, and they were very pleased with it for the what do you call it, the club soccer.
Mm-hmm.
They're very pleased with it. I like the fact that it's lower light poles, less wattage. It's low, medium, and high versus LMH, so that makes it way better. I'm just kidding.
It's actually it's one of the higher wattage options, but it's because it's lower, the poles are lower, and there's 3 of them. You know, we're going to be able to get better coverage without, and they are shielded. All of them are shielded. Anyway.
And I can speak. I live right next to the regional park, and how those things are shielded, I can definitely see the light that's there, but it doesn't shine at me, and it doesn't create the light island effect either. So with that much light, and that's a lot of light out there, it doesn't mess up the next nice. That's really nice. From council, did you have any further questions on this? Concerns? Do I have a motion?
Well, the one question, just as a check, but council would require you to feedback from surrounding property owners. There's only 3, in your definition of that, there's only 3 property owners that
are going to be neighboring the specific property.
There's the 2 that back up to it and the 1 that's across the street.
Yeah, so
nobody else is close to it at all.
Well, you've got the mobile homes that are across the road the other direction.
Yeah.
We didn't
And the
talk about.
elementary school's there, so that's.
That's kind of.
Yeah, so the 3 property owners that I went to were going to be these 3 right here, Vienna and Berlin. This block right here. These are the 3 that I went to. Just because the light would be on this corner here, and then it would be shining this direction, and then the light would be on this other opposite, diagonally across, shining this direction. Sounds good. The other thing that council had also asked was a letter, just something in writing, from Integrity about the adjustment of the lights if we are not satisfied. So Integrity will take the responsibility of the cost if they want, or if we want them to come back out and readjust the lights, so that way, you know, if that light pollution is getting a little bit too high or too far, they can always adjust that restriction or the fixtures.
And the controls on them, do they turn them off automatically?
Yes. So I didn't get specifics on I know that we will have the connectivity, just like we have the Muscle Lights in Regional Park. I'm not quite sure, their system, but Chris did say that it was gonna be a connectivity system. We could do Bluetooth remote in, and then also have a schedule.
Any other questions from council or comments? All right, do you have a motion to approve? Okay, second?
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
We're leaving them at 30 foot, right?
Yeah, what I gathered up is we're gonna go at 30 foot.
Okay, I was asking that question, I'm sorry. Who made the motion? Who?
Sheena.
And you seconded it? Got it. Thank you.
All right. Next item is consider and take appropriate action on awarding the bid and contract to Retro Construction Incorporated for the construction of the community center building in an amount not to exceed $2.491 million. And for this, we have Jenna Cheney's going to.
So we can get into our process and what we're bidding, but I wanted to be clear on the amount and what would happen. So as I stated earlier, this is what we told the bidders is, what our budget was, which was 1.7 million. This is considerably higher than that. You have 450 that you'd set aside in your bond funds. That's still available to put towards the project. You also have about 150,000 of unspent in your bond funds, but there's still another 550 that we would have to go get. And really the only place to go get that is from our general fund cash reserves. So if you approve this, part of the approval is approving the funding source, unless of course you wanted to go issue some more debt, which you could do. That would have a property tax implication. I don't want to act like that's the only thing. I mean, that you only can use your cash, but you do have about $4 million. I think it's 3.9. It's in the budget presentation you're given. That's available for your use.
Can we talk about the process of the bid? How long did the bidders have to respond?
4 weeks.
Was it 4 weeks?
Yeah, we extended it.
We extended it by 2 additional weeks.
Yeah, and we reached out. I mean, there was a lot of inquiry. I think we had 45 folks that downloaded plans or inquired or what have you. We also reached out in that same group. We reached out to Jack Upmore and people I had run across that are in this kind of area. We specifically aimed at residential builders because they'd be closer to our price range. Unfortunately, we only received the one bid. There was, after the fact, there were 2 bidders that came forward and said that they missed it and didn't turn it in time, and they would turn it in if we rebid, but I don't think you can count on that, and I think you'd be kind of rolling the dice if you rebid, but it is possible. You could rebid it, and there is a chance that we'd get a better bid. And that's whatever the delta is, that's money you don't have to spend out of your cash reserve. So it's kind of up to you which direction to go. Feels.
Yeah, Greco's a good company. They do a lot of government work with the bases and everything, so they're used to having higher bid because of the regular road. So with that, did you all contact Griggs Construction?
Well,
Yes.
I know.
I believe so.
I know that there was. I talked to Lawrence today. He said that you had reached out to what's it like? But yeah, I think someone at Griggs said they had not been contacted, but yes, they were contacted.
Well, I didn't reach out to them. So I don't know.
Troy, Derek, or Ray.
Who you said I reached out to? No, Scott.
Lawrence and I talked to Lawrence today
Who's Lauren?
with LPA. He said that you'd spoken to Mickey Conrad and had a discussion with him about who had been contacted and that sort of thing. And I thought I was given to understand that you reached out to one of the contractors that said they had.
No, the one that helped them put together their cost estimate.
Yeah.
It was a company called Stone Construction who built.
That's right.
The
C.R.
bathrooms
Stone.
at the Living History Center.
Yeah.
And I've known him for 10 years or so, but he had indicated to me also, he didn't realize that, so again, Mickey was gonna go back and check internally if they actually had reached out to Colin, because Colin had indicated to me he'd be more than willing to bid on this. It was a beautiful project.
Right.
But he wasn't aware that it was on a different bid site than what he normally goes for. It was on a government bid site.
No, they put on a bunch of them though.
Well, they did, but they were in government, and that's just what he said, but he said he would have bid on it if he knew about it. But I have not talked to him since the bids came in. I guess right now, the problem is we're $740,000 over the money that we said a couple of months ago, we were not gonna go over that amount. And there's a lot of things that are in there. But usually when something like this happens, is you go and say, okay, what do we have to live with and what can we cut out very quickly? And there's some items in here, like you're talking about a security system, $174,000, when a $5,000 video camera system would work just as well. It wouldn't have the automatic
Well,
locking
that's
door.
all the door controls, it's all the internet, it's all the cabling. Yeah.
A big that. But to me, I don't see detriments to rebidding this thing, especially when you had two people willing in. And yes, it's a quick notice for the rebid, but you already had two additional people that said that they're willing to do it. The other option is try to negotiate, but we don't have time to negotiate with that board and saying, okay, listen, we need to show, what can we cut from the budget to get this thing?
There's not a lot to
If we had a month
cut.
to do that, we
Yeah.
would be able to do that, but we don't. So really, the only option we have now, in my mind, is rebid the thing. Let's see what these other two bids are, and then negotiate with the apparent low bidder there and see what can we cut out, get it back down to where we have to be. Because, you know, when that last
I
meeting
reached out to
before
the
that, when we
paper.
had drainage and we were, you know, apologizing to everybody because, you know, but this $750,000 to me comes out of our drainage budget in reality, because, and we're telling people that, no, we can't afford to do that because but here again, we're going to put a lot of money in something that.
It impacts your ability to match grants and do all those things, sure.
Yeah.
But the drainage fees are even tapped into the proceed creek.
Yeah, but that would go on the drainage.
He's just saying, I mean, he's saying this
I
diminishes.
heard drainage fee.
Well, no, the drainage, what I said drainage fee is, yes, that's based on the bonding that we're going out with, but I'm talking about the other thing, telling people, well, we can't do these drainage projects if you don't have the money, and here we're $750,000 are willing to kick in there to do something. But I would say at the very least, we ought to rebid it and see what these other numbers are.
Well, so.
When does it have to be awarded?
Yeah, so it has to be obligated by, what are you saying?
The 14th.
Yeah, it has to be obligated by June 14th. And that would
You also
mean.
said you were checking on that just to verify.
Yeah,
Even
but
at that, you could do it.
That's the best answer I have right now, and I'm gonna stick with it for now. If that changes, I'll let you know, but I fully anticipate that we're gonna have to have this thing approved by June 14th. That, if for no reason, I mean, USDA is already complex and complicated enough. If we start bending rules and asking for waivers that are last minute, I think you're just, I'd rather, they say June 14th, we'll have it done by June 14th. So what that would require, I went back, so what that would require, and I've already checked into this aspect of this, we would, in the morning by 9 a.m. or whatever, I have to let this lady know, what? Yeah, we would have to put the ad in the paper. It would appear on Thursday, and it would be due next Tuesday, I think, or something.
People said they're willing to bid.
If they submit them.
Yeah, if
They didn't submit them,
Put a
yeah.
sealed bid together.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to send it to them in advance?
What? Oh, they already have it.
Okay.
And we would
I mean,
call,
once we have
you
it.
could call CR Stone, you could call some of these other groups that says, we would need to make sure that everybody was contacted, that we were told we're contacted, and ensure that if they show interest in bidding, that they bid. I know I personally reached out to two people who had expressed interest, and they kind of ghosted me, they didn't even text me back. I'm like, so.
Yeah, but I would think in this town, Griggs Construction would be the first one, and then I'd even, for instance, I don't mind calling and saying, why didn't you bid on this? Because
Right.
it just seems right up your alley.
Right.
I mean, it's what they do. And then again, the only reason that
Colin Stone is, he was the one who looked at the early bids and gave cost estimates to
Right.
LPA about what they thought this was gonna cost.
Right.
But I think the reason it got so high is it went to a government typical contractor versus a regular.
He's doing a lot of, I didn't see a lot of government work, but what I did see was a ton of kidney dialysis type places. He's built like 30 of them or something and remodeled a bunch and
Yeah, they have more money than we do.
But I know that the W.R. Briggs, they did all the renovations and everything to the Moy Center.
Mhm.
They do a lot of it. 'Cause
Oh,
they have-
and the schools and everything.
Yeah, so then.
Okay, but
and then
again-
There's also NC Construction, they were sitting right up front here.
Yes, you're right.
Kate Briggs and Nathan, so.
They were part of the pre-bid conference. They
Yeah.
did not submit a bid, but we can reach out to Briggs again, C.R. Stone,
Mhm.
Colin Stone.
and I'll check in with Vince's.
And everybody can send, if you have people that you know who can do this, especially.
Yeah, I believe so.
local people. I have reached
I got
out to
reworded.
Jack Upmore, because I heard that he had a bid, and I thought, this would be something.
And Matt.
What about, what did Jack say?
He said that he only had 2 weeks to respond, and he needed probably 3. That's what I was
And we
asking.
gave him 4, yeah.
He may just not have seen it.
But yeah, it got extended so that it got extended. I just can't remember if we actually. Anyway, yeah.
Well, I think it would be good if we put this out, I mean, it comes back in 2 weeks.
We don't get one.
I feel bad for Greco because I think they lived up their bargain. But at the same time, they admitted, I mean, they acknowledged, yeah, we're over your budget by a lot.
They say they try to bring it down.
Total by square footage what this thing ought to cost. It's way over by
Yeah.
square footage what this thing, for this type of structure.
Right.
But again, they're used to doing government jobs where you have a bunch of layers of government oversight.
Right.
On finances, and that may be something. But again, it's just so much above what the estimates is. It's just unreal.
Yep.
Yeah, so Upmore did download the plans, Bravo Country Homes, just a couple of them here that y'all, C.R. Stone. So they have downloaded plans. I guess it's just a matter of just getting.
Who are the ones that have contacted you and said that they just missed the deadline?
I don't want to get into that.
I think we just, for the sake of time, can we just say, let's make sure that we get with Scott and Jonah about any additional recommendations, help them get in touch with them, let's see what we can do in the next couple of weeks. And we'll just bring it back.
Well, we need an emotion to reject the bid.
Okay.
And to instruct the staff to rebid if that's what you want to do.
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Martinez and a second by Councilman King. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes.
All right, we'll take care of that tonight.
Sorry for the extra work, but thanks for.
It's worth it for $700,000.
And Scott, you all are still trying to find out if we can get a couple weeks of extension.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, we had the holiday. I was having phone calls on Friday, but I haven't followed up since
Because the other
Monday.
thing, again, I've been in many situations, when you sit down with the architect and you sit down with the parent or contractor and you say, guys, we need to cut money out.
Oh, I know. I
You
get.
need to make those hard choices and make them, because
Yeah.
the things that's going to be cut out. I mean, I can cut out $250,000 is no not, but, stuff that's not needed in that building, but those may be hard choices, but I think it's disingenuous to tell our citizens that we want to kick in another $750,000 on something that we had a hard bid, and we had to stay in.
Understood. Y'all had a vote. We're good.
Great. Next item is consider and appropriate action on purchase of a restroom trailer in an amount not to exceed $76,000. You want to get background on this, or do you want to?
I'm prepared to.
Please go ahead.
So I don't, we'll see what I missed that you were thinking of, but I just want to clarify why this is coming forward, and this isn't coming with like a strong recommendation from staff. I think this thing might pay for itself in 10 years, but I can't guarantee that. We're spending about $8,000 to $9,000 a year on restrooms between us and the Castroville Special Events, Arnie's group, and the chamber. That's the three of us combined. And we had talked and looked at this in the past, looking at a very similar trailer. Actually, I think the one we looked at was less expensive and not nearly as large. This is a good deal in the sense that it's a fairly new trailer with that would cost us whatever it is, $25,000-$30,000 more if we were to buy it today. But the main reason we're bringing it together now, or bringing it to you now, is simply because before we make the decision to close the pool for open swim, we thought this might be a workaround that would allow us to provide plenty of restrooms and running water to the users there at the pool. And it's something we looked at in the past, but I'm really kind of on the fence as to whether to recommend the purchase or not. I think it's.
This is not a replacement for the contractor's requirement
No.
to provide his own.
No. So I think that was brought up. Like, why are we buying a restroom trailer for contractors? No. This is for patrons, and this would be for event use for the city, for the chamber, for these other organizations. It's just really whether or not you want to spend the money in this manner.
And this trailer has three.
Mm-hmm.
This bathroom has 3 toilets.
No.
It has 10.
According to your picture,
It's
plus
got-
with the picture you had, and then going back, you had the 2 doors on the one side.
It's got 2 urinals, 3 toilets in the men's, right?
But it looked like it was only, again, I went to sentence.
I can do that.
Yeah.
And it looked like it had one handicap.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
It's 10 plus.
Back was a
It's 10 plus
10
1.
plus 1. So this here is the floor plan. Might get a little fuzzy, but I don't know.
Oh, it's 2 and 3, not 3 and 2. It's 2 toilets and 3 urinals in the male side.
Okay. So, yeah, so on the men's side, it would be 3 urinals, 2 toilets.
Now,
Women's side,
look at where those doors are. And now look at the photo that you have with the city's painting all over. An earlier photo. And blow that up.
Mhm.
Now you have the 2 doors in front of the wheels.
Yes, sir. And then the 188 on the back side.
And the 180, which is just a ramp, but it doesn't have the elevator on it, it doesn't look like.
Yes, it would have the elevator. Well, it's not an elevator, it's an actual just drop down toilet. So it just drops down to the ground and then it has a ramp. So that way they can
So
get
like
out.
the other photo you showed, it looked like there was a big box on the back of it.
Correct. That's basically, that's what it is.
Okay.
This one might not be an exact representation of the one that Jacksonville has, but this is very similar to what it has. The orange, I see what you're saying is that the doors are on the opposite side than the picture from Jacksonville.
Because later on, there was another example from their literature that showed one with 2 doors similar to ours, the one you all are proposing, but it only would have 3 bathrooms.
This one here? Yeah, 88, this one is an 88 plus 4. And then there's this one here, which is.
I think
88
this is an
plus 10.
example of what it would cost if you bought it new, right?
Correct, plus something similar. So an 88, which is similar to what the city of Jacksonville is trying to sell. It is a 2019, a new unit, 88 plus 10 poles is $117,680. If we're trying to go for something similar in price at the $76,000 price, we're looking at something between a 88 plus 2 or 88 plus 4. So we get almost.
So they told us ours, the ones they want to sell is an 88
Plus 10.
plus 10.
Yes, sir.
And this is the one they bought 5 years ago.
Yes, sir.
And they want to sell it now.
Yes, sir.
Have they said why they want to sell it?
They primarily purchased it for the tourism and development department, and they've only used it a handful of times, so they're just trying to recoup their costs. I think that, having said that, I think that the tourism and development department here in the city, in addition to parks and recs, events, outside businesses, if the city wants to try to recoup the costs, I think it could help everybody here in the city.
So then going back to the picture of it, I guess all that stickers and everything on it.
Has been removed.
Those?
Has been removed.
Oh, they've already been removed.
Yes, sir.
So to be clear, this is not 100% needed. It is a quality of event. It's a whole lot better than porta potties. And we use porta potties for a lot of events, and even if it's a little bit more expensive, and I'm not recommending it, I'm saying that it could be a good idea to have something that's just upscaled a little bit for the events that we're doing, for Fiorella Friday, for the different things that we're doing at the park. For some of the games, think about the soccer games, they've got a lot of people over there. I think that we would have some opportunities to really leverage that in areas where we've got a lot of people and not a lot of restrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to mention something about the pool because I think the mayor asked about this and just reminding him. So, ironically, we won't be better off providing these restrooms so that the pool can stay open because the truth of the matter is when you have open swim, that's where we lose our money. We never make money on open swim because inevitably you got to staff it as if it's going to be full. There's going to be people there all the time, but that doesn't happen in open swim. They come and it's very inefficient. The most efficient use is when someone schedules it and shows up and uses it for those 2 hours and leaves and it's empty, right? So that would be your swim teams, your dive team, and any time it's rented for a party. That's where we get efficient use of the pool. And generally, if we're going to make any revenue in the pool, and I said this before, usually most cities, it is a subsidy. We accidentally made money last year or the year before. But if we were to do this, I don't want to give the false impression that we'll be able to recoup our funds by opening the pool. It's actually just the opposite. You'll provide these restrooms. It'll allow you to continue to have the amenity open for the public, the pool, but it's not going to translate into more dollars because you have these restrooms. It's more just about convenience and allowing the community to have a pool use during the summer when it's blazing hot. So yeah, I just want to make sure that y'all were aware of that.
And the intent is to use this Fiorella project also.
Yeah, you could use it your Fiorella. You could use it. I mean, it would get a lot of use. I think if it were purchased.
July 4th.
Oh, sure.
Well, I guess all those you have to rent additional porta potties anyway because you have far more. But this thing, because one of the problems with Fiorella Friday is people are always figuring out where to go to the bathroom. Yeah. But I can really see this being used there as well as.
Sure.
Because at any big event, this is not going to handle it for us. We have to go back.
You're going to have a few extras, but you want to spend the amount of money we're spending.
For everything.
Yeah.
What truck would be used to haul it?
I would have to double check, but we could probably pull it with the Parks 2500. If not, Public Works should have a couple of different vehicles, and then also the Streets has their Chevy 2500. So I'll just double check, see what the towing capacity is, and then just make sure that we have a vehicle for it.
How much does that weigh?
I have to double check.
Empty tanks or full tanks?
Empty tanks and full tanks.
Yeah.
And we have a place where we can dump it.
We have a place to dump it, yeah.
So initially, this would be used primarily for the pool, but then once the pool has bathrooms again, it's going to be used for events. Am I understanding that?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And depending on how the pool schedule is, and if council decides to move forward with it, I know we have July 4th coming up, it might be used for July 4th event, whether it's just for the parade or whether it is for, the concert down in the park, same thing for Old Fashioned Christmas. We usually don't have the pool for Old Fashioned Christmas, but it can be used there as well, in addition to a couple of other units. I don't think it would be here in time for, citywide yard sale down in Houston Square, but again, it can be used.
How many flushes, how big is the whole event?
Sorry, I'll get Councilman Lewis, who's been waiting for an acknowledgement.
I'm sorry, but I didn't answer his question first.
Two more quick questions. Do we know about how long these trailers last? How many years or how many uses?
That's not something that
It really depends on how you keep them and maintain them. It's a lot on you.
My next question is what kind of ongoing maintenance do we need aside from just cleaning it out? Do we need to get underneath it, grease the wheels, or repaint the undercarriage?
Yeah, that's definitely something that I can get with the city of Jacksonville on what they did. And near that, I can also reach out to Honey Bucket. We have a pretty good relationship with them. See how they maintain their units, and just kind of use that standard operating procedure for something for here.
Okay. That's all.
Great. Any other questions? Thoughts?
Hate spending the money because again, we're telling people we can't go do the drainage problems. And then we always spend money on this. But at the same time, it's like there's need for it for a bunch of different events.
Right now you have 245, that total.
Correct.
So
One 188 and one standard. And right now we're renting them 275 every other week for the 88 and 126.50 every other week for the standard. That's just for an every other week cleaning and pumping. Easter weekend solar eclipse toward Castroville, we spent about $2,500. I think it was for 10 units and 188 or 288s. We would recoup the cost if we did 34 of those. So if we did 34 monthly rentals for just non-ACs, no fancy trailers, we would recoup our cost for 34 years, plus or minus. If we did trailer rentals, like we've used for July 4th, we're spending $3,400, $3,500. If we would do 22 rentals as that, and that unit itself, I think was only 6 holes, 3 and 3, we would make our money back in 22, so like 2 years, if we did 10 rentals of that. So it kind of just depends. Also, I mean, the solar eclipse too, that was only last year. We're not gonna be able to do that again this year, but there are other opportunities for us to use it at the schools. If they need something for their park days, there's a couple of different.
You're saying 22 rentals for the 4th of July?
No, if we rented it just for 4th of July or.
Paid off in 22 years.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's
Like,
not, no,
we
but
only
I'm
rent
just
that
saying,
once a year.
Well, I'm just saying, I could just use that as an example, but
Yeah,
if Old Fashioned Christmas had one,
Right.
we would just.
No,
have to
and that
have
was my
22
point
rentals.
earlier. I mean, but right now we're spending, I thought, around $8,000 or $9,000 a year between the 3 organizations.
Correct.
So this is going from memory from a conversation about a year ago, but we looked at this. We looked at whether it makes sense to buy one, and there was a lot of interest from the chamber and the other group to do that. There were some concerns you'd be taken away from local businesses, but at the same time, we were getting hit every time we went to go rent them. It was a little bit more. Like every year, they went up by a little bit, and this would allow us to control our costs when we talk about those events. So I can see pros and cons. This isn't a super easy slam dunk decision, which is why y'all get to make it.
Yeah. I think it might be beneficial to go back. Have we asked them if they might move on that number a little bit?
I can ask. I think the last conversation I had, they were gonna go to 75,000, and then that would be in addition to like some type of interlocal agreement to sell the unit.
Okay. Why don't we look into total cost and do an actual comparison, and we do the financial model on it and just see what kind of impact that is. Is that all right?
If they don't sell between now and then.
My concern is that they've been kind of holding on to it since Devin's been up there, which was, early February. So my concern is that if we could definitely do it. If they post it to Gut Deals and it gets sold, I know that they had, their company up there was willing to buy it back, so.
All right, well, why don't we put it on the next agenda item? I'm sure they'd hold on to it for 2 weeks. Let's look at it. Sorry.
I will.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead.
I really appreciate that in here it says in lieu of porta potties, lieu, L-O-U.
Yeah.
L-I-E-U. I don't know whether that was intentional or.
I'm sure it was.
Autocorrect, but
Yeah, gotta put the
Maybe bring it back.
Okay. If you'll just let them know, we'll bring it back at the next council meeting. Let's go through some more financials so we understand the total cost of ownership. And we already talked to, you said the 3, the chamber, us, and.
Special events.
Oh, special events. Have we talked to them about the rentals on that as well?
The cost that the city would charge to rent this unit out? No, we have not.
Let's have a conversation.
We talked about it a while back. I know they were good for it when we talked the last time we talked about it. It's been a while.
So we're looking about weight information, holding tank, the maintenance on it, and.
Let's just got confirmation.
Financials?
From the other entities. Because, if we can drop it down to where, over the next couple of years, it's a lot less.
Okay.
And
And what would be a number, for me to try to come back at?
Free. Anything between that and $75,000.
Well, he's definitely delivering it.
We would have to look it up.
No, I'm gonna make him deliver it. Devin can bring it down here.
So if we can get it,
Hey, Jacksonville, that's my hometown. You got this to stay.
Yeah. So if we can get it to 75,000, is that the magic number there? Or,
I think we could take a look at it.
Okay.
let's just see what it is. I mean, it is what it is. Just see if they were saying 75, just say, we're interested in it. Is that as low as you can go on it?
Mhm.
And we'll talk to the chamber and the special events and just see what that ends up looking like. Let's look at our own events. And we'll just do, I think it'll be a good cost matrix exercise anyway.
Sure.
Make sense? All right, good to me.
One day you're gonna bring us something and we're gonna approve it in the same meeting. I promise.
Well, we're teaching you how to.
Yeah, to approve the lighting.
That was not nice.
He was here to a similar late hour last week.
Okay.
All right.
It's always like,
Thanks.
Yes, absolutely.
After midnight, come on.
Very good. Next item is consider to take appropriate action on application submitted for open full board position in the Parks and
Thank you, John.
Rec Advisory Board. This we had never come.
and that's very easy.
So
It's- Well, let me speak for a moment. Now, Nicole, Schreiner, I had to think for me, I'm sorry, she'd like to be put on the full board position. There will be another application that came in very late Friday. Y'all will review next week, or, I'm sorry, next meeting, and then make a decision, the last meeting in June for another person that would like to be put on the Parks Board.
Okay.
So,
And what are the open positions we have?
we have just the one full board position, and then with her going off, or being moved up if you so choose, we'll have an alternate position open. Also, the other, in general, the boards are fixing to come due, the ones that are gonna come up, because it's gonna be in June. So, we'll see, I hadn't heard that anybody's not coming back. But we'll be sending out letters and saying, put your application in, so they'll be coming soon.
wasn't she submitted last meeting as a possible appointee?
For review.
Well, she was an alternate position, and then she would like to be moved up, is what y'all saw the last meeting.
So we saw her application last meeting.
Yes, now we can vote it.
We'll vote on it now. Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Do I have a motion to approve for these open positions?
So moved.
Do we want to move it to your 1 year or what? Because it says that.
Well-
What's the only open position?
No, but it says
It runs out at the end of June, and so it's your choice, but as in the past, just go ahead and give her a 2-year term. Instead of having this term, I'll give it to you the next meeting.
Yes, I would prefer to extend it for 2 years.
To end in 2026.
So I had a motion.
Yes.
So we want to ask our Parks and Rec Advisory liaison for the second.
A second. My understanding is they've been wanting to make her or vice chair of the board for a while now. We can't, because she's an alternate.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. I'll let her know.
Okay, discussion on possible changes to senior citizens late billing, late fees and billing date. So, it got me, it's probably Scott on this. We were just talking about what are the options with this. It's too complicated to start moving, if we start moving the billing date around, then it complicates our systems. It complicates the physical act of putting all of the, stuffing the envelopes. So we, once a month, go through and print everything up, we get all of the newsletters added in, we get them all ready to go, and we ship them all off at once. So what we're looking at is having an application process for people that can demonstrate that they are on a fixed income for whatever reason, and prove need for this, that we would then just extend their billing due date out by that amount. The billing date would be the same, the meter reading date would be the same, just the due date would be moved out. I think that you said that we could do that in our system.
I mean, it's voices over here, keep hearing things. Well, a couple of things. Yeah, is it feasible? Yeah, I mean, we already do something like this. When someone has a challenge or can't pay their bill or whatever, they reach out to us, and we make concessions a lot for a lot of folks. So we do. There is that ability. Staff has discretion to do some of that. So yes, we could do that. My concern is if you want to do this more formally and say, well, we're going to do this for people on a fixed income. The fixed income has a broad application. There are people who are disabled who live on a fixed income. There are people who are receiving Social Security checks who live on a fixed income. Yeah, I mean, there's different groups and classes of people who are living on fixed incomes. And I would say from a policy standpoint, for your consideration, I would encourage you to think through, what does that look like? What does that policy look like? What would you, where is what are the pedals for waiving? Because essentially all you're doing is just waiving the late fee. Saying we're going to waive the late fee to this person and get it into us by this date of this month and you're good. And again, we kind of do that already to a certain extent. So we would want more direction in the staff. How do you want us to apply this policy beyond the way that we already do it? Is there some specific markers that you want us to have them qualify for? Do they need to be the LMI, the low to moderate income threshold, like we do for our Castroville Cares program, or is it some other? And when do they not get that privilege anymore? Is there a certain level of infractions or whatever? Where you say, there's persons, taking advantage of the system.
How far are we talking about giving this additional grace period?
I would assume it just in a single month. We would not advise, the staff, the utility is a business in a very real sense. And it's other ratepayers pay when you don't collect your funds. And we try to be understanding. That's what the Castroville Cares program is for. Like, we have systems in place to take care of people who are truly needy and truly have issues. But if you extend those dates past a 30-day period, now their next bill is stacking up. And that becomes a real problem that you're really enabling and creating for that person in a very real sense.
I guess the agenda item had to do with a billing date and late fee. I understand what you're saying, really it's just late fee, but I guess I don't know where this came from originally. Was there a recommendation that we extend it by 5 days, 10 days, or a whole month? I don't know where this came from.
That came from Karen Fifield, and she gets her check a few days after the due date.
Yeah, her date, since her birthday is at the end of the month, and she gets her money at the end of the month. So she misses the 25th by a couple of days.
So she just asked me for 2 days.
Well, she might need a week, depending on if it's the 31st when she gets her check. So.
But yeah, that she was looking at for people based off of when they get their check, because everybody's birthdays are different. So everybody's.
Well, and I don't want to sound like a hard ass, but a former financial advisor, and this is where I would talk to people about how they spend their finances, because at the end of the day, you can't rob Peter to pay Paul. You get the same amount of money, whether it's in this 30 days or in the next 30 days or the next 30 days. And moving dates around shouldn't be the solution. The solution should be you need to have enough money to pay a month's worth of bills set aside. And I'm not, anyway, that's the general financial advice I try to give someone. And I try to work with them to get them to that stage so that they have that security. Because at the end of the day, that's what they need is financial security, not a date change. But that's.
How about with the Castroville Cares, if they are able to demonstrate that with, you were saying a low to moderate income LMI, you said?
Mm-hmm.
If they demonstrate that through Castroville Cares program, can they get, if they're always behind by a couple of days, will Castroville Cares help get them caught up so that they can then get on another?
Well, so the short is yes, Castroville Cares is available to people who meet the requirements to receive that aid. And I do think we need to put that on a future agenda for you all to look at what the threshold is. We had reached out to that group. I'm very kind of concerned. We reached out to that group to do a presentation here for a couple of months at the beginning of the year. I think we reached out in January, then in February, and I can't remember if we reached out again in March, but multiple times calling, sending emails saying, hey, we'd like to have you out here. My next step is to go knock on their door and go, hey, because I literally haven't had a response, and neither has John or Kathy. I think there's been 3 or 4 of us that have been trying to get a hold of them. But we wanted them to come and do a presentation to you all about the people who've received aid and how they work and that sort of thing. But absent that presentation, I still think we need to put this on the agenda so you can review. It's in black and white in the contract that you approved with them as to what your threshold for receiving aid is. And that's where you might want to consider making changes if you're going to make any changes. My understanding is that of the $25,000 you originally allocated and funded, only not even half of that's been distributed. So there's still an amount of money, and you've allocated every year. You've agreed to keep that $25,000 contribution, but it's not getting utilized. So that, I think, needs to be looked at. And I wanted them to weigh in on helping guide you that process, but that hasn't happened.
Okay. Well, let's put that on the next agenda item. On the next agenda, either
Review the contract.
Yeah, let's review the contract. See if we can get them out here.
I think the issue was that people on Social Security get paid on the second, third, or fourth Wednesday of the month. And some of these people, based on their alphabet of their name, they don't get paid till the last Wednesday of the month. And it seems to me, if that's the case, they ought to come in and make arrangements to just get an authorization to pay their bill whatever number of days late it is, because that's when they're gonna get their money. It should be pretty simple, but it should be on a request basis. They should come in and say, I wanna make arrangements. It doesn't seem like it's that complicated.
I was thinking there's gotta be, well, I think Scott was saying there's gotta be a cutoff, a date or time, or days, number of days, and that does become late.
Yeah, well, how many grace days do you want to give them? And then who do you want to do it for? Is it only people on Social Security? And what do they have to, we can figure out what they have to prove, right? But
Let's bring it back and we'll
It's
talk
very
about
hard, it doesn't make sense, like my name starts with D, I get paid on the third Wednesday of the month.
Right.
It's not logical.
Right.
That's why they have to come in and say, this is when I get paid. Can I pay on this date?
Okay. Well, let's bring, if council can go back and take a look at what your recommendations would be. Let's get a presentation on the contract that we've got with Castroville Cares. We'll look at all the different options and we'll figure out what works best. Out of respect for people in need and also out of respect for the regulators. All right. Next item is discussion and set a date for second City Council Planning and Zoning Commission work session meeting on the development agreement policy. So we've begun this. I think we're probably another couple of sessions in going through the development agreement policy. I would like to get this scheduled in as soon as it's practical. Did we hear back from planning and zoning when it might fit for them?
no, we need to probably get dates from y'all. It's gonna be similar to this last time. We did it on a Thursday.
You have two calendars, June and July, since we got a few meetings, but
We met on their regular scheduled meeting date, right?
no,
No.
no.
No, we didn't. We met on an off night.
Their meeting had all these public hearings.
Oh.
It was separate.
Okay, so we can look at maybe the 18th.
That has Historic Landmark Commission's meeting.
So in your packet,
In your
there's two calendars that Deborah provided me.
With the meetings already on there, so that you'll know.
No?
I pulled this
You
Sunday
know what?
night and there's no calendars.
I may not have scanned John one in.
Yeah, put it on the back.
Yeah.
Hard
They don't-
copies, so sorry.
Some of us are.
Yep.
I'm so sorry. That was one of those things I guess I left off right now.
It's safe to treat Mr. Cal.
I apologize.
What about the 20th?
Of June?
Yeah.
I'm good on the 20th.
Let's see. Father's Day is on the 16th.
Yeah.
Correct.
We'll go on the 20th.
I assume it couldn't be the 4th because they would not have another meeting before then to schedule it.
I think that's maybe too soon. We could also look at doing the 10th on Monday.
I can't make it.
Okay.
20th works for me.
Planning and zoning has their meeting on the 12th.
Okay.
20th is.
We'll reach out to them and ask and see if they can make it, because it'll be a special call, so they'll have to have the same meeting.
All right.
What time, I'm sorry? 6, or?
What time is it?
Mhm. We had it 5.
No,
We had it
it's either
5
5 or
last
6 o'clock.
I think we had it at 5 last time.
What's the date?
June 20th, it's a Thursday. It's
I
5.
won't be,
I prefer 6.
You're gone?
that's okay, I don't want to say it too loud. I don't want to screw them up. Someone else can go. Brianna will be there. I won't be there. I'll be at TCMA.
5 p.m.?
I'll be there in
He
spirit.
said it was probably better at 6 for him.
I prefer 6, it makes it easier for me to get there.
Okay.
It's also probably true.
Yeah, I think Council said.
Then we're going to meet till 6:30. Okay, 6 o'clock, June 20th.
And we'll send an email to them just to make sure that they are available. Do y'all have a second date by chance in case they aren't available?
How's the 17th?
I'm on the day.
Cynthia told me to remind me about something, and I don't remember what it was.
About the 21st.
Fridays
Open
I
for,
think it's either the 20th or the 26th.
I'm sorry, the
20th or
26th?
26th, is that
I think
okay?
about Paris.
Works for me.
26 is all right.
Okay.
Works for me.
They'll probably be fine with the 20th, but just in case.
The 26th, you said?
20th.
The 26th would be the backup date.
20th is a Thursday and the 26th is
Good question, Mark.
Okay. And you'll get back to us soon.
Send out to them and just ask them, make sure. I'm sorry, is it a problem if I ask either date, just in case they have a conflict, and that way we'll just, whichever's the best. We'll let you know. Okay.
Good with that?
Okay.
Great, tell us your chances of getting there.
26th is a Wednesday. It's my installation dinner that night.
Discussion and set date for meeting on growth management. So I think I actually want to remove this one because it's, what I was thinking we could do is have like a, what do you call it, town hall, where we could have open discussion about this, but I'm understanding that we're not able to do that. And so what I'd rather do is, I've already gone through the developments that are on the table, like the people that own property. I think that we just review that, maybe it's once every month, once every couple of months, and just say, hey, this is where we are with this. Through the planning and zoning, I think we come up with the development agreement standards and policies and try and keep from having any of the missteps that we have potentially stepped into. So I think that having that through that open process would be good. But I feel like I've updated it a number of times, and I honestly don't know how many people would actually show up. So I think I'm good with just continuing that during the city council. Okay. Next item is.
I guess my only question on that, because I believe you can just like call a press conference without council there, right?
No.
No?
My understanding is that's changed now, but the mayor can't just call like his own little press conference, can he?
Not as far as I'm aware. I do know that any number of cities have things like coffee with the mayor, and you can kind of come and just chit chat essentially. I don't know if that has changed. I don't think that it has changed, but we could look into maybe something like that. And so you could do like a Saturday morning coffee with the mayor kind of situation, and you have topics. So that might be a way to kind of get around that, a press conference, just because like what the, concept of a press conference is, but we can definitely look into, a coffee with the mayor kind of concept where you have, it's like a topic, growth management and coffee with the mayor or something. So we can look into that for you.
Well, the other thing is I put it out there so often, just call, let's talk.
Yeah.
We can sit down, I could do, the only thing is, I want to be very careful about, it's not the Darren show, and so I want to make sure that everything stays in lockstep with the council.
Absolutely.
And so I think that having the opportunity, part of what we're doing is through the mayor's corner, we put that out for requests for people to submit what means the most to them. And we've gotten a whole lot of responses so far. I think, no, actually, I got 2 responses out of everybody, but we'll continue to push on that and encourage people to reach out. So I think that's the best way to do it. And we'll just keep covering it. And that way it is a consistent message. It's not a surprise as people start becoming more comfortable with the frequency of it. I think a lot of these things, you just gotta talk about it a lot. And I think talking about it a lot over time helps out versus one thing that somebody might be able to make right now. So.
You just go to Sammy's for coffee on Monday, Magnolia's for coffee on Tuesday.
I should declare with
McDonald's on Wednesday.
So you'd have to do Magnolia or McDonald's on Monday. Yeah.
Just know every day go to a different coffee.
Are we okay with moving the presentation on the budget to another day that we're not?
Well, yeah, so I have some printouts. I'll bring this to you before we leave, before we adjourn. We can go over these. We've noticed the 2 meetings this week, and I need to get a head count for this Thursday and Friday. There's a workshop that will be led by Your Biz Rules. Yeah, do you want? I can do all that under that. That's fine.
Did anybody have any questions on the staff reports?
Didn't see anything for the library.
Yeah. She didn't ever get anything in, did she?
No. Everybody got their report in but the library, and I have not heard from her yet. Sometimes it's late, but I sent an email to everybody.
I was just seeing how the search is going for her new full-time employee, because I know that person, and then also with them losing staff, they have enough staff to cover the summer camps. That's gonna be firing off here soon. So just looking ahead on that one.
I appreciate that.
They didn't have a forum, they go for a meeting.
Okay. Then under the police, chief's report, didn't see anything as far as in regards of where we're at as far as the ordinance or whatever we're gonna call it regarding ATVs, golf carts, lawnmowers. Didn't see an update on that. That's another hot topic that.
Well, I think we just bring that back as an agenda item. Let's talk about, let's just do that as a separate agenda item. I'll talk to the chief about putting something like that together. I think the biggest thing is just making sure people understand what the rules are. I've talked to a couple of them that I've seen, like the kids on them, I'm like, so
Yeah,
finding a way
there
to
was a
make
couple
sure.
of them that almost got T-bone kids driving across 90.
When did that happen?
That was Saturday.
Kids,
Kids.
underage drivers.
Kids. Golf cart.
Yeah.
Then underneath the code enforcement, I looked the details back.
Yep.
However, there still have that comment of council representative is looking into civil suit against them. They've been having to fix that for over a year now. Council representative is not looking into civil suit.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Just one quick, on the police department report, it has LiDAR results from, but the one that really made me notice it is Country Lane. There are 2 disjoint segments of Country Lane, one of which carries a certain amount of traffic. The other one carries all of that traffic plus everything on Village Path. It would be good to see the actual addresses they dropped it at, so you know whether this is the back half or the front half. And I think similarly, like Florence is over a half mile long. You might be seeing different traffic at different points on it.
Sure. I don't think have they put it on the other part of Country Village Lane?
I don't know.
I've only ever seen it. Yeah, I've only ever seen it on the where the Country Village Estates is, that section of it. But I don't know.
What else?
That was all. That was the one comment I wanted to make.
Okay.
Great. Next item his discussion on future agenda items, so let's Scott go first.
Yeah, so this Thursday and Friday, we have the workshop, or if you will, or I guess workshop, work sessions, special called work session with Your Biz Rules. The idea is to do some strategic planning. You were given homework. I'm sorry, I know it's homework, and you got this is a volunteer position. I'm well aware of that. She did warn us that it's kind of intense. She'd like you to do it beforehand. She said it can take up to 3 hours to do that work, but it'll pay off if you if you can get it done. It'll pay off and make the conversation a lot more productive when we're actually all there together. And speaking of all there together, I wanted to just get a head count for Thursday and Friday. The plan is from noon to 6. We'd originally planned, I think, well, I don't know what we'd originally planned, if it was mornings or what, but we're going to do it noon to 6 Thursday and Friday. It'll be up to you all and the facilitator as to when we end. So I've blocked out noon to 6, but y'all may be done by 3:30 or 4, right? It really is up to y'all on the progress you're making and whether you have stamina to keep going. So Thursday, I'd like a head count for those who know you're going to be able to be there Thursday and those who are going to be able to be there Fridays. Thursday, I think it's pretty much everybody, but tentative for Thursday. Deborah's going to be there.
I can really only make one of them at that time.
Right.
So whichever one you think would be more beneficial, I had to take the time.
It's hard to call because Thursday is the building block discussion, and then Friday is when you then develop the plans based on that discussion, I would expect. So do you want to be involved in actually planning out what gets done, or having all the discussion about why we're doing what we're doing and the direction we're headed and all of that stuff? Yes, ma'am.
Are you just making one?
Yeah, I can't be there Friday.
If she is out Friday and you're out Friday, you don't have the quorum, because it's a special.
So there you go.
call,
So come Friday. Thursday, she said she's tentative. So everybody else said they're going to be there Thursday. It sounds like everybody else is going to be there Friday as well. Is that right? Okay. So
Yeah, it's just I've got it. They're coming to work on my rice fiber Thursday between 12:30 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a matter if the hubby can get off at the same time and be at the house. That way I can be here.
I can.
Susan, that didn't show.
I can help with that.
Yeah. Well, talk to me briefly because I give you a heads up what to expect. My guy had to come
Well,
out.
they had it installed, but it's not running the speed that it's supposed to be for the 1 gig.
Right.
And they have to come back and fix.
Yeah, mine isn't either.
So you're
I hadn't called him.
Mine wasn't either, and then I realized that my router isn't one of them.
A 1 gig rack. Yeah.
They provided the router.
It was a Wi-Fi router that they provided.
I got that plan.
Question before you start, the reason you sent me 2 invites, just to make sure I was gonna be there.
Oh, you got 3?
Oh, I'm kicking myself because Cindy asked me to remind you about something, and I swear to God, I cannot remember what it was. It was this afternoon. Do you have a preference on meal choices for Thursday and Friday? We're starting at noon, so we're going to feed you lunch, and then we'll probably have snacks. Probably won't feed you dinner. Dinner will be under.
Whataburger okay for Thursday?
Send me enchiladas.
Okay. I don't know what you're on this Friday.
Okay.
We'll start, bring your own.
Well, enchiladas
No, he said it.
on Friday.
Friday?
Okay. They also make burgers at Blue Lacy on Fridays. You might want to reverse that. Have burgers on Friday from Blue Lacy.
Yeah, so gosh.
Well, that's up one day.
Let me figure it out.
What?
Okay, so then I've got other things on, I'll make sure we've got the golf carts. We have to have more discussions about the
Golf carts.
implementation of zoning enforcement, how we're doing it, how we are, we really want you to think about how heavy-handed we need to be with this, and we'll talk about the implications with that. I'm good with being heavy-handed, but there's a fine balance. The two things that I hear about complaints about are people that are violating and people that got tickets because they were violating, so. Okay, but we need to have that conversation and talk about some of the challenges that we're having with that as we talk through that. I think it's a good discussion item. Is there anything else that we need to make sure is back on the pending list? Oh, next week, I missed it on this one. This is my fault completely. We were supposed to have Edwards Aquifer District on this meeting.
Yeah.
And I forgot to put it on. So that's why he's not here, and I don't think it's a terrible thing, because it's a good presentation, but it's not.
So we'll have the award the bid from tonight. That'll come forward at the next meeting. You'll have the two items that you tabled tonight related to NP Homes. And then you'll have Edwards Aquifer. And
Everything else we have. We have
The
more.
only other thing is that if they will give us a grace period on the grant deal. then
Yeah, I
we
know.
don't have to award it to the next meeting.
I'd still would reward it, but okay.
Well, to me, give them an extra week or 2 weeks.
I understand. I'm just saying, for me, USDA and going to get that waiver, I don't think we're gonna
If
get,
we have to get
well, no, we're definitely gonna have to get a waiver if there's one available. But
Let's try not
yeah, I think get it approved. That's a safer route.
All right, we'll look at the link of the meeting and try and pull it down a little bit. All right. The agenda is adjourned at midnight 41.
You too. Be careful going on.
It's tomorrow.
And this will take 3 days.
This recording is stopping.
Scott,
Yes.
Jonah had brought in, I don't know if it's still laying on the floor back there, is the crown.